Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. How's it going, Izzy? 54 hours into Engage! Holy crap. Wait, you just finished Chapter 3? Or do you mean like 30 or 33 or something? Holy crap, is the game that long? Anyway, welcome in everyone. I am Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. It has been a week since we streamed. A lot of stuff got in the way, so I do apologize for that. I'll be sure to update people more regularly. But hey, we're back in God of War Ragnarok, and I believe we are in the final few chapters. I'm not sure yet. I want to avoid spoilers, but we are going to be entering the titular Ragnarok event. 15. Hey, how's it going, Pow SRC? I totally forgot about that. That redeem was still there. Oh. So, before we begin, that redemption is basically just me reading an excerpt from the Encyclopedia Eorzea, which is about the lore of Final Fantasy XIV as, the world of Final Fantasy XIV. So we do a random roll here, and perhaps this bit of story will inspire you in some way and maybe shed some light on the lore. So we do a random roll here, and I just basically read off that. So it's page 157. Thanks for redeeming that. It has been a while. It's been a long while. It feels like an age ago since I last streamed. But welcome in Zen, welcome in Pao. 15. Alright, 15 chapters. That is pretty insane. 54 hours for 15 chapters. Is that because of the difficulty that you're on? And trying to get all the perfect runs without anyone dying? Is that what's extending your playtime? Alright, let's go to page 157. What do we have today? So, I actually am quite... I played through most of the MS... I played all the way until Endwalker, but I don't know a lot of the details of the lore, actually. And I'm surprised that there's so many little nuances here. Oh, hey, we get to learn more about... Wait, didn't I read this already last time? I think I did. No. Okay. We're gonna learn about a couple of the Ishgardian high houses. Ishgard remains one of my favorite regions. Kurthus in general, and then Ishgard being the city-state itself. Basically, it is one of my favorite campaigns, actually. I got really personally invested in it, and I do believe Heavensward, the first expansion, is when FF14 actually started to pick up in terms of main story, where they started to get the writing together and deliver a compelling story. So perhaps you could use these as inspiration for your next NPC house, noble house. But let me tell you about House Durandare. This is their icon. Or sigil, or crest. Heraldry, that's the word I'm looking for. Heraldry. You're playing on hard classic. Well, you're not new to Fire Emblems. You're not experienced like veterans. Ishgard 2.0 with full A, but yeah, exactly. Ishgard 2.0 with full AAA budget. That's what I'm excited for FF16. A return to fantasy. I do like. I really did enjoy FF7, FF8, but there was a charm to FF9, and now they're going back to more tactics, fantasy roots of 16. So I'm excited for that kind of aesthetic. So House Durandare. The legacy of House Durandare extends back into antiquity. They do have difficult to pronounce names. To Gwenrayol de Durandare, one of King Thordan's Knights 12 and a founding father of Ishgard. So all the noble houses of Ishgard were actually founded by kind of like the Knights of the Round Table, more than a millennia ago, game time wise. So like each knight went on to found their own house. So this is one of the 12 houses. Beat that, 3 houses. All right. Represented by a golden bell on a red field, the house is known for the preeminent astrologians. Didn't know about that. Who for generations have studied the heavens to predict the movements of the Dravanians, sounding the alarm should an assault be imminent. So astrologian is actually a class in the game, and essentially it's about reading the stars to support your teammates. But specifically, the Ishgard branch of astrology uh, was focused on predicting the stars because the dragons' movements were determined by the movements of the stars. I could never really find out like the direct correlation between the two, other than the fact that spoilers, like dragons were not even off the world. So I don't know, maybe it's in their nature to follow the stars. You'll get what I mean if you play the game a bit more. You love sci-fi, but Square needs to produce IP that are actually sci-fi from the ground up, like Nier. Yeah, because Final Fantasy was still a kind of mix, despite such modern trappings. Even their Nier Replicant is crazy sci-fi shit, honestly, and Automata goes even further. Yeah, Automata I feel like was Square's. Yeah, that is pretty, hardly in the sci-fi category. Yes, the dragons were indeed from another world. They are capable of what's the term for it? They can travel the stars, okay? They can travel from planet to planet. They're dragons, all right? So maybe that's why they're related to the stars, and maybe that's why the astrologians found out that they could predict their movements based on the movements of the stars. I don't know. Ask the Athenium Astrologicum, which is the first dicastrial observatorium of ethereal and astrological phenomena. Yes, that is a full thing. These two are like some of the institutions that focus on what I was just describing about the Ishgardian branch of astrology. Many of Ishgard's most formidable knights are sworn to the Golden Bell, and House Durandare is widely considered to be the strongest and most influential of the 4 high houses. So there are 4 high houses. However, the house is not without its troubles. The Count's firstborn son disappeared 20 years ago. I'm trying to remember Heavensward. Okay. And since then, the line of succession has remained unclear. Whether the Count will remarry and attempt to produce another heir, or turn to a rather less than ideal candidate, is an oft-discussed topic among the nobility. Whisper, whisper, nobility, noble intrigue, blah, blah, blah. And we have House Hylanart. I never figured out how to pronounce this. This is their heraldry. The men and women of House Hylanart are descended from Drian coin. It's spelled as Drian coin, but I'm pretty sure it's pronounced in a more badass way. Drian coin? I don't know. Drian coin de Hylanart, a surviving member of King Thordan's Knights 12 and a founding father of Ishgard. The house has a long and storied history of forging arms and armor for the military, as evidenced by the red rose on black standard, which flies proudly over the Sky Seal manufactory. Oh, yo, these are where the machinists came from. Machinist became my main class. While Count Barendon de Hylanart would like nothing more than for his sons to acquit themselves with honor on the battlefield as Knights of Ishgard, his firstborn, Stephanivian, prefers to tinker with devices of his own creation, whereas his secondborn, Arvel, has dedicated himself to his commercial ventures. His thirdborn son, Sir Clodebank, more than exceeded his expectations, but tragically perished in the line of duty, leaving the Count to place his hope in Francel, his fourth-born son. Meanwhile, his eldest daughter, Laniette, commands the Rose Knights of House Hylanart, who are currently tasked with defending Ishgardian interests in Camp Cloudtop. Oh, it's all coming back. Well, those are the 2 houses we can learn from today. Just a sec. I have to... Just had to let them know I'm not available for calls right now. But that is House Durandare and House Halenart. One of the many colorful houses that are a central focus in the story of Heavensward. Again, one of my favorite expansions, and when the point at which a lot of veterans would tell people who are new to FF14 to please hold on until you get the Heavensward, being the first expansion. But they did significantly trim down A Realm Reborn, the base game. They trimmed down a lot of the story quests, I believe, especially the ones in between. They kind of streamlined it a bit. So it's not much of a slog, but I will say again, you will meet those houses in Heavensward and it will be a great time. It is a significant improvement over the storytelling in FF14. Anyway, the Doctor is similar to the dragons in a way from Doctor Who. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. I've not watched any of the Doctor Who's. Instead of just running away like the dragons did, the Doctor nuked the trash cans. Okay, I think I know what the trash cans you're talking about. Oh, hey, yeah. A movie? Huh. Of course, there's something to be said about actually putting in the hours to get to know the characters and play through it. It's like watching a playthrough online, but I would watch a movie. Honestly, like 2.0, A Realm Reborn had a bunch of great seeds, and which all culminate in the final expansion of the arc. The final expansion. Yeah, the final expansion of the Ascian arc, which started in ARR, which is not evident in the beginning. But anyway, the seeds in the first game, the second game, A Realm Reborn 2.0, actually become super relevant in 6.0 and Walker. So there are some great seeds. Again, it's just pacing was all over the place. It just wasn't fun to play for me. I just like steamrolled through the MSQ and ARR just to get the Heavensward. You pretty much destroy their homeworld. Well, I guess if you can travel to like different planets or universes, I don't know the lore, that kind of changes your perspective on things, I guess. You know, like multiversal stories. If there are like unlimited possibilities in looking at like something like Rick and Morty, how that changes you. Or it's like, oh shit, we screwed up in this timeline. Let's just jump into this other one. And they can keep doing that and basically restarting as much as they want. CG anime movie like that. What's that one? Like a Spirits Within, is he? If you ever saw that. Hey, you know, I actually enjoyed the Spirits Within. I was wowed by the graphics when I was, all those years ago. Spirits Within looked pretty good. My God. Almost forgot about that movie. Now, actually, that was a kind of like sci-fi. Exactly. It's like, if we fuck up Morty, just kill ourselves in this world and we replace them. It's like those kinds of crazy shenanigans. Where does where do moral compasses exist when there are no longer any lodestones to really guide that? It's just crazy. I can do anything I want, and I can see how it really messes Rick up. Are we finishing the game today? Don't tell me about the ending. Fisher said we only have a few chapters left, but I was about to update ourselves on the main quest, which is... Freya waits for us in Midgard, a Tyr's temple. When we are ready to begin the final march to war, we will meet her there. So this... And they've been telling me it's like a point of no return, right? So is that like a fake kind of... Hey, the game's almost over, but psych, it's not. Or are we actually going to end it today? I don't know. We're going to try our best. You hated it? I mean, I don't even remember the story. I just remembered it looked super pretty. Like, for the graphics of the time, in terms of a full CG movie, I just vaguely remember being so impressed by, wow, they look like real people. But then I don't remember anything about the story. And yes, I do remember it was just like universally hated. But hey, it actually was a sci-fi. If I remember correctly, it looked super sci-fi compared to like other FFs. Blob technology they had when they landed from the air. I don't even remember. I just remember like, oh, she's pretty, and wow, these graphics are great. I wonder how it looks today. I'm curious now. Like, I think in-game graphics now are probably better than how Spirits Within was before. Anyway, that's what we have to do. We're gonna go to Midgard, the Tyr's Temple, and continue. I tried to do some of the quests, and I just found out that it's actually more convenient to just finish the game first. I learned the hard way when I got stuck in Vanaheim Forest without a mystic gateway, a convenient mystic gateway. And then I just found out that once you finish the game, more gateways will open, making it easier to clear up these favors. And I literally cannot finish this until I finish the game. So that is kind of, that's kind of disappointing. I wanted to knock these all off before we went to the stream, but it's like, man, I can't even finish it until we finish the game, and it'll be so much more convenient to travel after finishing the game. Let's just finish the game first. So I got a bunch of stuff. I think we're pretty much ready. I upgraded everything as much as I could. Right, we freed all the ravens. So we just have to we're going to begin the stream by opening the last chest. I'm curious what's going to happen. But we got all the ravens. We did all the stuff we needed to upgrade our weapons, but only up to level 8. We didn't get to do the Crucible. I don't know if I want to stream that, but we are going to do the Berserker Souls on stream after the game. So yeah, there's still a bit of a post-game I want to do, but at least I cleared up most of the stuff. Vanwa, welcome in. Oh my god, I had to look through guides, pal, and that's when I was like, I'm done. I'm gonna finish the game first. Because I found out that I was like, I wish there was a Mystic Gateway in this zone in Vanaheim. And then when I was Googling like where to find the ravens, where to find that's when I found out, oh shit, there is a Mystic Gateway there after you finish the game, and I'm gonna have to go back to all of those zones again because there's one activity that unlocks after you finish the game. So I mean, it's still a super fun game. It's just like, I think they don't want to. I think that's their way of not wanting to kill the pacing, or it's a way to slightly encourage players to like, just chill, finish what you can on the way, but it's like stick to the path, finish what you can, but you can't like clear everything before the final encounter. There's still stuff left post game. So that's why I'm like, I'm just gonna finish the game. I'm gonna have to go back to all of these zones, and backtracking was not fun in this game. And it's like, what? I found out, I spoiled myself as to like what those undiscovered things were, because I thought, wait, I got all the treasure maps, why are there still undiscovered stuff? And apparently it's post-game content, and it's like, shit, I'm gonna have to run back here again when I could have just done everything, finish the game, then once I go through all the side content after, there's no more backtracking. I just have to do it once. That's the optimal way to do it. And now I have to go back a third freaking time. Okay. It ruined Hironobu Sakaguchi's reputation so long. Really? That's how bad it was. Yeah, I think I was pretty young, so I wasn't very aware of, and I wasn't really into film then as well. So yeah, I was young. I was like, oh, pretty graphics. I didn't know anything about like the director and the reputation and whatnot. But holy crap, yeah, I can understand why. I mean, they still have to earn back the fans' goodwill. Honestly, like 16 is what people are hoping will bring back FF. I haven't played 15, but again, I heard that is very mixed. Anyway, 3 days walking back from far end of Vanheim. Oh, You know, just thinking about it makes me annoyed because I have to go back there for that one activity, which apparently unlocks after the game. Anyway.
Job's open, fellas.
Hey there, Miss... Lunda?
Alright, this is the first time I've done this. I didn't care about the Ravens at all in the first game. Sorry, in 2018. But I really like how they changed it up. Gave the Ravens an actual backstory, almost. And a mystery behind them. And it made me want to, like, go through and find all the Ravens. And find out what actually happened to these children. Who is the Raven Keeper? And what did I get?
Get away from my children.
Okay, that's the Raven Keeper. The Finger of Ruin. Summon a massive tornado to send enemies tumbling in its path. So you literally just give them the finger, which turns into a giant tornado thing. Okay.
Have you any idea how long it took to shape their spirits into something useful? Have you any idea of the effort, the focus? Were it not for me, these misbegotten urchins would have perished in the winds of Fimbulwinter. But instead, they became something greater, something magnificent. They mattered to the All-Father.
It's like some Full Metal Alchemist shit.
To me.
Okay. You know, if the... Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking, yeah, if the kids are gonna die. I was gonna say, well, you could have helped the kids. I guess. This is where their way of helping. That's why it's a villain. Okay. Now what? Do I kill... What? Defeat the Raven Keeper. We have returned the Raven souls to Niflheim and drawn out their keeper. The Raven Keeper awaits us inside the sparring arena if we choose to face them. Well, we're here anyway. What? My god, I have not even looked into the new Dragon Age. I have no hopes for it. I mean, no, I hope it will be good. Like, that's a given. But I do not have any good expectations for it. You know, I'm not even surprised. Like, well, I'll just wait until it comes out. I'm not, like, following any news about it. But I'm surprised also that there's an update on it. Totally forgot about it. Like, it's an official update? Or are these, like, leaks and rumors and stuff? Or is it, like, an official preview? Oh, they turned it into this? Into God of War?
Need anything, boys?
That is strange. Okay, Raven Keeper. Oh, shoot.
I can slow her down! Just give the word! Just keep going!
Oh shit, are we enough? Do we have enough levels for this? What's the next phase, I wonder?
Is there no anything? Break is gone!
Frost in my neck, stop!
Behind you! Watch out!
What the hell? I was like stun locked.
Behind you, father! It's so fast!
No!
That's not fight.
Full-scale leaks. No controllable party members? What? That is... What? No, like, they can't even... Well, look at... I'm confused. I am confused. Well, these are leaks. I don't think we're gonna see it until 2024 or 2025. I don't know. That is bizarre. Remember the dialogue your players had with the Archlich in the recent mission? It was like, is it right that you want to turn everyone into undead? Yes, what's bad about immortality? Yeah, it's their truth. It's their way of living. Honestly, it's like also figuring out, like, a lot of people like frown, like, the typical fantasy trope is necromancy is bad, right? But, you know, given that souls exist in these worlds, like let's say in Faerun, and if the soul is no longer there, it is just a body, and then you reanimate the body with a fake soul. Does that make you a terrible person? I don't know. It's like, is it not just being, if whatever, you know, undead, necromancy, you talk about that. Similar to what they did with F-15 fake party system. Oh, they're going that route. Yeah, I played a bit of FF15. Yeah, no, but FF15, you could switch into your characters, right? So you could switch characters. Oh, it's everywhere now. Okay, well, they're gonna do some damage control. If it's like FF15 where you can switch between characters, I mean, sure. I mean, we'll see. Again, it's a long ways into release. Long way to release, and maybe if it's like FF15, you get to control the characters directly or set their AI. I don't know. Again, it's all just leaks. I'm not hoping for anything. I'm just, if it's a good game, I'll be surprised. I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Miller, you alright? Arrows first, remember?
Whoa, what the hell?
Just keep coming. Another one! Left side! Is there no end to these things? Break his guard!
Fuck you, Ratatoskr.
Oh, I felt that one, brother. Are you kidding me?
Use your arrow.
The hell?
That's frost in my neck stuff. That's a strong one.
What? What? More? The pale one? The pale one.
Take cover.
Whoa! I didn't even see the dragon.
Let's go.
Oh, he got me. Okay, and what's next?
I know we can beat this.
He keeps coming. Almost, Raven Keeper.
Your arrow.
I keep falling for that.
Wearing you out of ice right now.
Come on, one more hit.
Well done, brother. Clearly the ravens, the children, appreciate
That was
it
anticlimactic.
Is there nothing to be done for them?
Could someone bring their souls back, maybe? There was a way to do that?
I'm afraid not. Their souls would have to be intact in their original forms, not perverted.
Speaking of souls,
But we still did something good, right?
Yes. Yes, we did.
well, see, the big difference here is that the Raven Keeper had the actual souls of the children and perverted it, compared to like maybe a necromancer and like D&D. The body has no soul, so you reanimate it magically. The soul is in the afterlife. What's the body gonna do? Anyway. Oh, I was just focusing on that fight. Sorry about that. It's not worse than a day before controversy. What is the day before controversy? I just know the day before it just was super like average. People were expecting so much more from the day before, but it was supposedly average for a Sony Studios game. My biggest issue with 15 was the action combat is honestly the worst. I couldn't really get into it. The hold the button. It is like fake. It's like a meld of what FF was to. I mean, like in FF7, they just had no more pretenses. They just said, okay, press this to slash. In 15, it seemed like they were just trying to not make it like super twitchy and action oriented, but give you the illusion of it. And in 7 Remake, let's just make it an action game. Mostly about stealing. Plus, it's a Russian game, so yeah, no, just no. Which one? It wasn't the original story that they had come up with a story based on what they did, which absolutely broke the game. Wait. Oh, they had to come up with a story based on what they had. Yeah, I remember this thing about how the 15 we got was supposed to be 13 something, right? It's supposed to be an extension of the 13 universe. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? It's supposed to be 13 something something, like 13 verses or whatever. And then somehow it just ended up going through development hell and becoming 50. And they basically censored the entire story to appeal to China. Oh shit, really? Religion based around death. Okay. Oh, that's well, China. The dragon fight looked super clean. Thank you, Pao. It was the dragon fights were fun, I must say. Though of course they ended up just reusing all the dragons, but you know, it is fun. It's a throwback to like Skyrim days. Remember the first time you faced down a dragon in Skyrim? And then it was like awesome for the next several dragons until it just got a bit too tiring. But I remember the early days of Skyrim, you had like nothing. You were some newbie with like shitty armor, a basic weapon, no soul stones, barely any abilities and magic. And then, oh, dragon! It felt so awesome. Like you felt like you're actually facing down this threatening beast of this powerful beast. So yeah, I do enjoy a good dragon fight. Arden was such a weak antagonist. Dude, I haven't even finished the game. I played 100 hours of Skyrim and I didn't even finish the game. Like some people, they play thousands of hours of Skyrim and haven't even finished the game. I was able to recover my old Skyrim save, right? Like from Skyrim Vanilla launch day save. I was able to salvage it, enough of it, and I imported it in Skyrim Special Edition because I wanted to play it on the Steam Deck, which I never did. And that's when I found out, holy crap, I'd never even climbed up to the those people who the silent monks or kind of thing, and they like teach you how to shout. The Greybeards, like apparently 12 years ago, I just didn't listen to the Greybeards when they called for me to climb the tall mountain, and I just went questing for like 100 hours. That's literally like the beginning of the game, right? Like Greybeards, it's like what? Like the third or fourth main quest. Anyway, the day before plagiarized the trailer. Oh, wait. Sorry, you're talking about the day before. I'm so confused. I was thinking of Days Gone. What is it with these apocalypse names? Sorry. Days Gone, was it out? What I was talking about Days Gone, when I was talking about how it was super average, the reception for a Sony Studios game. The day before, it looked impressive when it was first announced, but of course, it looked impressive, but it also looked very fake. I don't know what the controversy is surrounding it now. I just know it's a mess. And like, it's almost like vaporware in a way. But, I don't know. Whatever. Like, they plagiarized the trailer. Holy crap. They're too stupid for their own good. And now after Forspoken, dude, fire those guys. Dude, yeah, I don't know what happened with Forspoken. Okay. It was supposed to be called 13 Verses. Yeah, there we go. Did any of you play the 13 trilogy? Like I played like the first few hours of 13, and it's like, holy shit, this is the most linear point A to point B game I've ever played. No, I mean like for an FF. But you know, the cinematics were fun, and I don't know if it gets better. But probably back in the day, maybe when 13 was first launched, I'm pretty sure cinematically it could have been impressive, but holy crap, I don't think it aged well. The day before Sins, they keep delaying the game. Infringement issue They kept promoting anything but the game releasing promotion videos. Copied the COD video, got assets from different games. What is happening to this? And I was so hopeful about it before, because the day before, I love The Division. You gotta admit, The Division has really, really clean third-person gunplay. Like, I have not played a third-person shooter that smooth in a while. Like, for me, Division is top-notch third-person shooting. HP sponges aside, which they improved later on in Gangs of New York. But anyway, the Division 2, Division 1, and when the days before tried to market themselves as zombie apocalypse meets The Division, that got a lot of people excited, including me. And then I just forgot about it. And then now all this shit is happening. I don't know what's going on anymore. But hey, that's probably not as massive as what's going on today. The literal witch hunts. I think you know what I'm talking about. Honestly, it's a bit sad to see the state of the discourse surrounding all that. Visually, it aged amazingly. No, I mean gameplay-wise. Like, as a game. Sorry, that probably came running. It's not literal witch hunts. Sorry, my bad. That's a disservice to the actual witch hunts which happened. I was talking about the metaphorical witch hunts. My bad, not literal witch hunts. Metaphorical witch hunts. Like, they're putting up sites to find people who are playing the game, so you can like get at them or something, or unfollow them. And yeah, I don't know, it's it's imploding right now. Anyway, I want to finish Ragnarok. According to Mir, this Raven Keeper was an acolyte of Odin. Lacking the physical prowess of a Valkyrie, she proved no less useful for her cunning and satyrcraft. Odin was in need of eyes in all the realms, and it was she who offered a solution. She stole the souls of children and reshaped them according to Odin's malevolent will. In freeing the ravens around the realms from her servitude, we incurred her wrath. Since 2018, now we have rid the realms of both the winged spies and their creator. I only hope those poor children may find some measure of peace. So that means we're never gonna forget ravens anymore. Like, this is truly the end of the Norse saga. That said, though, why did she need the souls of the children? Is it just here to add to the extra, to add to the shock factor and to make you feel sorry for the ravens, I guess, and make you want to hunt it down? I guess they did well on that, but also, like, if you're so good at satyr magic, I don't know how satyr magic works. Magic is weird. Magic is difficult to really rationalize. But why couldn't they just use, like, I don't know, magic ravens, or not children, but ravens themselves? I don't know. Like, did you really need the souls of children to stuff them into whatever spectral ravens we saw? Anyway, Raven Keeper's gone. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna stop anyone from playing it.
Hi, handsome. I'm open if you need anything.
But,
Man.
not... Right, we're supposed to go to Midgard. Oh, wait. Do I have Resurrection Stone? Yes, I do. Alright, we're ready. Where's the closest path? I'm worried that this is like you have to go all the way around and shit, so I'll go here. Yeah, it got to a point that was almost... It's unbelievable. I am... it is still unbelievable to me. The levels it has reached in terms of social media.
Whenever you're ready, we can take to our tents.
It spiraled. It spiraled. It spiraled way out of control. It is currently spiraling. And it is just... wow. No, Atomic Heart is Russian devs, which is a complicated issue because yes, there are Russians who are against the war and they do not want to participate in it and they're just trying to make a living, but they still pay their taxes to the Russian government at the end of the day. So, you know, you have to be aware of that as well. Like, money is going directly to support of the Russian armies, so depends where you stand. Yeah, Vanua, it's very clear. Was this the one? Exactly. Well, that's why, Spaceball. That's why. It's like you're not. It's like you're not doing it because of who they are. You're doing it because of the reality of their circumstances that you cannot support. Like, it is a tragedy that you can't support them. I mean, you can, but I mean, like, it would be, for me, I would feel wrong to support them because of, no matter how good they are as people, that, as Vanua suggested, there's a direct connection there. And like comparing that to, like, I know it's a fallacy in argument, but you know, that isn't receiving as much exposure as what we have now with Hogwarts, because Hogwarts is popular. Hogwarts, most people don't even know anything about the online discourse that's happening surrounding J.K. Rowling. Most people just want to play Harry Potter. They don't know anything. But it's... the algorithms keep shoving it in my face. Where the hell are we? We're not supposed to be here. Ow! Why did my audio cut off? Well, I don't know if the audio cut off for you guys, but the audio cut off for me. Did I? Oh, wait a minute. All right, my audio is... okay. I don't know what happened. But you can hear me, right? Okay, let me try this again. This worked last time. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Oh man, at least it's not as bad as the tech issues for Dead Space. What are we supposed to do? Ow! We're not even supposed to be here! Ow! Oh. What's up with Rogue Trader and Pathfinder computer. Wait, Pathfinder computer games?
Ready when you are.
I haven't played those games, so.
All the armies are probably gathered in their home realms, waiting for when we blow Gallarhorn. Guess I was kind of hoping to see some of them here.
When all the realm towers open at once, we'll see plenty.
Oh, it's gonna be like an
of
Avengers Endgame
Odin
thing.
won't believe what's coming for him.
No. Odin had lifetimes to prepare for this. Whatever Groa's deception, he heard the truth as Tyr.
That's true.
Do not underestimate him.
Rousing speech, brother. Very inspirational.
I mean, he's not wrong. Hey, Valkyries?
Wow, the Valkyries look different.
Welcome back. Hildisfini informed me of your success. We've been planning accordingly.
Well, what would Ragnarok be without Ragnarok?
Who else agreed to join us? I see the Valkyries.
Better than that. They are reborn.
Born.
Corporeal and uncorrupted, thanks to no small amount of Vanir magic.
There again with
They're
magic.
shield maidens now.
Shield
Nice.
maidens.
And your brother.
He came through. The elves called a truce to unite against Asgard.
What?
That gives us an advantage by air, and with Hel's army for a vanguard.
What about Sindri? Will the dwarves fight?
We haven't heard from him, but there's time yet. And I think we have what we need to clear a path for the Ragnarok beast.
Well, when you say it like that, why worry
You
at all?
think? I guess they couldn't really extend the game, could they? It's just suddenly everyone is gonna work together against Odin. We never really get like a bird's eye view of that. They're just telling us what happened. It's unfortunate, I guess.
Sigrun. It's
Sigrun.
good to see you so.
Oh, Mimir.
Oh, yes. I wasn't myself when last we met.
How did he know he was Sigrun?
I'm glad you're safe. My queen, the Shield Maidens will be divided among the forces breaching from Alfheim, Helheim, and here in Midgard. We stand ready. Kratos, Atreus, Mimir, please excuse me.
Oh. Good night then.
Oh,
Freya, have you determined our path out of Asgard?
If the towers are the way in, we count on them being the way out.
And if they are not?
Then we all know what we signed up for. Our plan is only missing one thing. A leader.
That honor is yours. You have a righteous claim, and the respect of your troops. And you have faced this enemy before.
I held his invading army to a stalemate. This is our invasion, a siege on his terrain. I want our most experienced wartime general in the field. I don't care about the honors, I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya,
I know what I'm asking. Just sleep on it.
it's like full circle for Kratos returning to
Here we are.
become like a Spartan
Kratos,
commander.
your tent is to the right, and Atreus, yours is to the left.
Mine?
A young warrior needs his own space, don't you think?
I do. Wow. Thanks.
Sleep on what we spoke of. Let me know in the morning what you decide.
And that's it. That's like the end. We just start the final quest. Get some rest. Aren't you gonna?
Hildy, come join us. Have a seat.
I miss anything?
I was just telling him about the time I asked you to play damsel in distress. Okay, then, when she had them distracted, I jumped in, heroic, and together we took them all down. There must have been 100. I don't know, maybe more.
It's a get
Spare
help.
us your gloating.
Does it really bother you that some of my ideas actually work?
No, but I do envy you.
In what realm? Spare me the patronizing.
I've calculated every risk I've ever taken. Tried to mitigate all the ways it could go wrong, and still, it all falls apart. You just throw yourself into situations in harm's way, and somehow it always works out for you.
Adapt, improvise,
You
overcome.
always end up all right with that stupid grin.
I'd argue my trip to Asgard didn't go quite so well.
Yes, there are some lessons to be learned by planning, and others by learning to adapt. That's why you two were such a great team.
I'd argue it's because we had such a lousy old man.
Son, it's true Njord was not much of a father, but he's the reason we were able to be a family.
Ooh.
Yeah, funny you should be so hard on him, Freyr, since you inherited his wanderlust. Especially in times of importance.
Oh.
That's not true. I had good reason for leaving those times. Tell her.
I have missed this.
It's also too bad we didn't get too much time with. Well, I'm speaking to. You know, maybe there's still a lot of game left, but you know, it's like suddenly the party's all together and we didn't really get to know them that well. But cool. Any other dialogue?
Hello. It's been a while.
Hey,
Ready
yeah.
to face Odin's endless army?
Endless.
Mien Herjar. When they die, they return to Valhalla to be reborn again. And the cycle continues. So get some rest. I leave for Helheim soon, but I'll see you on the battlefield.
Good luck.
Remember defeating them.
We meet again. I never thanked you properly for freeing me and my sister so many winters ago.
It had to be done.
No, it didn't. But you did it anyway. And now, because of our queen, we finally have a chance to strike back at the man who did it to us. I am happy to fight by your side.
As am I.
My son's grown since I last saw him. Looking more and more like you by the day.
Really?
A handsome young man.
Oh.
You should be proud.
I am.
Oh, wow. Is that the first time he's ever acknowledged that? Oh, thanks for sharing that, Vanua. And cue it up as well. Or I feel like I think I read this already. Oh, Atreus. Did you hear all that? Did you hear that I'm proud of you, boy? All right.
My apologies, but I would like to be alone with my thoughts.
We will leave you to them then.
It's okay, Mimir. If we make it out somehow, maybe you can catch up. Have a lot to talk about. Oh boy. Let's go. Save. Go.
Excuse me. May I have a moment with Mimir?
Oh, there we go.
I don't know what tomorrow brings, but if tonight is our last night, I'd like to spend it feeling something besides hate. Will you tell me one last silly story?
Oh. There's nothing I'd like more, except perhaps a dance. Though I may have lost a step.
Just kind of twisted in a way.
Due respect, love, I don't tell silly stories.
You only tell silly stories.
I can never argue with you.
Damn. Alright, back to your Spartan ways. I like how there's a perfect mount for his Spartan blades. Is this what you wanted, Freya? Faye? God, imagine if Odin just like slips in and takes that horn. How are they gonna transition now? Unless we're interrupted.
Can I sleep here tonight?
Oh. Yeah. We'll go to war.
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
Ooh.
Then I will tell you a story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Of course.
Death flags. Let's plant them.
Now, close your eyes. There was an old man who chopped wood for his village. Every evening he bore the logs on his back and delivered them to his people. But the logs were heavy, and he grew weaker as time went. And one day, he threw down the logs as he could no longer bear their weight. And he called for death to come to him. And when death arrived,
Man.
He's the only one who ever got my highbrow sense of humor. Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men, of course.
She was a special woman. She wanted to protect people.
She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it. Like she was always with us. Watching over us. Leading us home.
Does my request upset you? Death is a natural part of life, my love. I wish only to be prepared for when my time comes. We mortals must do such things. I am glad to have you prepare with me.
Another dream sequence.
You are quiet.
I have nothing to say.
Well, say something. I enjoy hearing your voice.
You're lost in your
Oh,
thoughts.
sorry. Wow. That is a really great moment. It's a shame an article spoiled the moment for me. But still, of course, a lovely moment seeing it and happen in person. I'm talking about the tent scene. Like, since it's been a while since God of War released, a lot of vague posts come up. But yeah, that is a very nice moment. Music and performance on point, everything. I was looking up like who Faye's actress was, and I also found out she was involved with Critical Role, or at least she guested there, I think, and then she even has her own tabletop RPG show, or had one. I believe she ran her own Vampire the Masquerade. I'm not sure, but she ran a game. So Faye, Deborah Ann Wall, if you want to check it out, I haven't seen her show, but she ran. She was a game master, or a storyteller, or lore keeper, or whatever it is in Vampire. So interesting. She is a game master. And yeah, Vanwa, that is not a good look at all. Maybe they wanted to make fun of that prime minister. I have no idea. That is so, like, this was in development before the war, right? And I'm pretty sure a lot of the ideas are not gonna go well at all. No, not Faye. Faye, this Lao Fei. Deborah Ann Wall, the actress of Lao Fei.
A funeral pyre. I would have chosen different.
Oh?
Huh? Touch pad, swipe right. Oh, okay, that's a nice little touch. So it's like you're actually smearing the paint on her hand. What an interesting choice. It's never happened. They saved the touch gesture for this very scene.
In my land, we entomb our loved ones.
You would have me trapped in the ground for eternity.
I would have you close to me.
How touching. My rotting corpse would bring you such comfort.
Oh, let's roll. It's a swipe. Oh man. Okay, that's a see. I like. That's why video games can really help interface. You can help interface with the story and feel a bit more invested in it.
You once tried to take charge of your ending, did you know?
That was different.
Circumstance, yes. But not on purpose.
You prepare for a distant future. There is much time ahead of us.
I wish to better a future that will exist without me, whenever that day comes. For you and for our son. We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we
Ouch.
love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it. When the pyre is spent, and you have gathered my ashes, spread them from the highest peak in all the realms. You will do this for me. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it.
Bear McCreary, I love your music. Open your hearts, chat. Open your hearts. Needed that.
What's going on?
It is time.
Oh, already? Oh, it is morning.
I'll meet you outside, Father. Sir.
How's it going, Fisher? I hope you're able to see that moment with Faye. There's a lot of heartwarming moments. We actually just started on the main quest. We talked to Freya, got some rest, and witnessed some very touching scenes. That's pretty much it.
We'd hoped to fly into battle with you one more time, my queen.
Me too. But not as your queen. As sisters.
Oh,
you
look, it's
ready?
family.
Yes.
With a capital F.
I will be your general.
Oh.
It will be an honor to fight alongside you, General.
Aye, brother. I'll be right by your side. So, what are your orders?
To the temple.
General Kratos, back in action. Hell yeah. Been waiting for this for... What's our playtime? 60 hours? 60 hours? I was so into that scene. Holy crap. Okay. Let's go. Time for murder. Time for Ragnarok. You gonna be here, man? You alright? You good? Alright, let's go. Oh, what? Are they matching? She's gonna be... She's like your mother figure now, isn't she? I mean, she always has been. Okay, let's go. Lunda? Lunda.
Hey, General Kratos! I got something you're gonna want before you go to war.
Well, what is it?
Hey there, I made some armor for storming Asgard and whatnot. I thought
It's
you could make
endgame armor. Okay.
Indeed.
Damn it. Okay, whenever they give you like story-related armor like that, it's like, all right, no matter the stats, we gotta wear it. We have to wear it. Let's do it. What did she make? Lunda's... Is it this? Lunda's Lost Curious? Or is it the Fatebreaker? Armor for the End Times, handcrafted with love by Lunda. But it's level 6! Hold up. Wait, Fatebreaker? Is that the one? Is that the set? It is the set. Okay, increase the rate at which rage is gained. After returning from rage, get a brief buff to strength, defense, and runic, and stagger. And waste. Increases the rate at which... I don't care, let's buy it.
Woo-hoo! Looking good!
We can upgrade it anyway, right? We need to go to Muspelheim anyway for Smoldering Embers, but I think we have enough to bring it to level 8. Fatebreaker!
Thank you, Lunda.
Ah, yeah, big softy. You can thank me after, if we all come through the other end of this thing.
I will.
Don't tell Lunda it's currently worse than my armor right now. We're gonna upgrade it, okay? Fatebreaker's wraps.
Now go show it off.
Well, thank you, Fisher. I did trim. You know what? Some people have been trying to tell me to just shave. Okay, I tried my best to grow a beard. It's just not happening. Like, the hair that you saw, the mustache, that... Yeah, I do trim it, but that's as much as it's gonna grow. Like, it can't even be a full beard. It's sad. I can't have a magnificent beard like Kratos. I tried. It is the result of, since the beginning of the pandemic, I tried to grow a beard. It did not work out. But, so all I have is what I have right now. But I don't know how it looks like on camera. You're right, on camera, on the small camera, it does look like I shaved totally. But no, it's just a trim. Thank you so much, Fisher. You know, that really means a lot to me. I mean, I'm not even joking. Let me tell you, like, one of the biggest fears I had even starting the stream was I did not like how I looked and sounded on camera. That was one of the biggest things I had to hurdle. At some point, I just got so tired of it. I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna stream. And here we are more than a year later. Okay, this is crafted by love with Lunda. Upgrading. We are so
Nice and bloody.
freaking rich. Let's just upgrade everything. Look at that. So many.
Woo-hoo! Looking good!
Whoa, we can fully upgrade it.
A good fit.
Nice. We don't need Muspelheim stuff. We don't need Muspelheim Crucible. Because it's not rare armor. Which is fine. It's a return to how I looked at the beginning of this Norse saga.
Better get that armor nice and bloody.
We are gonna get it bloody.
Woo-hoo! Looking good!
No, I do need Smoldering Embers. God damn it.
A good fit.
Better get that armor nice and bloody.
Okay. Oh, it's the same upgrade requirements. Chest armor requires Muspelheim. Fine. Oh, right. Another thing we missed, Fisher. We killed the Raven Keeper. It's just a small thing. I got all the ravens offline. I opened the last chest on stream. It is just a Revenant, a reused Revenant asset. It had a fun dragon fight, but the same dragon fight we fought like the 3 previous dragons in the crater. But it is nice to know the full story, which was this Raven Keeper did not have the strength to become a Valkyrie, so used their cunning and their satyr magic to please Odin by corrupting the souls of children and molding them into the eyes of Odin so he could keep watch across all the realms. That's how the Raven Keeper earned Odin's favor. And we put her to rest. So that concludes the Raven arc. And the sad thing is that the children's souls, since they were twisted and perverted by the Raven Keeper, sad to say, there is no afterlife for them. There is no bringing them back. So we did what we could. Burning love. Mashed potatoes, bacons, and onions and some other stuff. I do love that. I can also imagine that with like sour cream. Like, baked potatoes with sour cream and bacon. Oh, that's so good. Well, thank you once again, Fisher, for always sharing your lovely food creations. What do we have here? Guardian Shield, Rond of Affliction, we're good. Cool.
Good luck out there, General. I believe in you.
Thank you, Lunda. Look at that. Back to old school looking Kratos. Except in Ragnarok, they covered his nipple. It's just a small detail I noticed. Wow, it has been so long since we returned here.
Sir?
General?
General?
Sir.
Shepard.
Hey, bud. General.
Rex. I also love how, yeah, Tyr was fake, but Tyr is still involved in the process in some way through Tyr's temple. So the real Tyr has always been with us. Right, I have to step up to the pedestal. Oh, I have to align the crystal? Okay.
I came to these lands to escape my past.
Speech.
To start a new life. I can hide no longer. I do not want this war. We have suffered enough. Prophecy did not lead us here, nor will it win this battle. Wars are won by those that are willing to sacrifice everything. If that is the cost of vengeance, so be it.
Odin has taken so much from us already. The realms have suffered enough. No matter the cost. This ends today.
If going out in a blaze of glory means that Odin burns too, that's where I'll be.
Ha! Already foreshadowing his own death.
That smile on my face.
Oh, he's gonna die. I mean, he will die, right? According to prophecy.
For Brock.
Damn! I wish there was a big army, though. Maybe this is our big army. Yeah! Okay, just like Avengers Endgame. Is that Asgard? What single use? Well, it's not like we need to use it again. Where's the army? Damn it!
Ready yourselves.
Is it giving a speech to an empty room? Okay, fine. We are the army. There we go. Wow, that is fast. Ragnarok!
Niflheim Tower's fallen.
Oh shit.
Odin goes after Niflheim next.
They're trying to shut out Ragnarok.
We've gotta stop those war machines.
Thor, no! Okay, rematch.
Not an ideal start. Wait.
Wait!
Ingrid, we don't have time.
I know.
Ingrid belongs to you? Oh shit! Ingrid belongs to Freyr.
Ingrid!
Well,
Hi,
we got work to
Ingrid.
do.
You three, follow. Atreus. Freya, with me. Watch our flanks. The war machines.
All right, let's go.
This way!
Not a good start. But he's coming back anyway.
Not looking so good.
Get out of the way.
There's still time. We have to.
Hey, is that? Oh!
Catch him later!
Hi! Good doggo.
What's our next plan, brother?
We have no other plan. Our focus remains on the war machines.
That didn't throw it the right way. Damn it.
Without Ragnarok, it's our only chance to break through the wall.
Hrinthur's Claw! You said only Surtur knew how to use it!
Let's say I was wrong.
Come on, Death Star it.
Behind you, brother!
Yelpa!
Oh, dragon. So much is happening.
Watch your left!
I hate those things.
Keep an eye on that
The war machines. We use them to breach the flaw and strike the city with our allies.
Sounds desperate.
Good. Desperation is our advantage.
Desperation is our advantage.
But I suppose desperation is better than nothing.
I don't know if that is meant to encourage me or... Okay. There we go.
Was that? It was. Odin's new Valkyrie queen is Gna. This complicates things.
I would think so. Then we must hurry.
Just having a look at Ragnarok here. And it hasn't even started yet. Waiting for you, Surtur. Anton, how's it going? Welcome in. We are just knocking on Asgard's door. Kinda into it right now. to the stream, Anton. If this is your first time here, welcome to the table. I am Mikey. I'm a variety streamer. And Tuesdays is Ragnarok. Tuesdays. We do play mostly story-focused games here. And what a story this has been so far. Ow!
Careful, brother.
Ow! That's embarrassing. Come on. Have you played this game before? Major spoilers ahead.
Up here.
Get some health. I also like how he really did trust in Atreus. Jormungandr. Whoa, hey!
From Midgard. Curious.
What?
You'll keep Thor busy at least.
Well, yeah, everything's happening.
They sound eager. Good.
Right, we have some gates left. I got our labors too.
No! Damn it!
Keep moving.
Join another boat.
At least that army is already dead.
We're getting nowhere! The Einherjar return from Valhalla as quickly as we kill them!
Yep. Everyone's joining the party. Whoa! Ouch! No!
We are running out of armies.
Damn it, Thor! There's Atreus. I was gonna say he trusted Atreus to take the
Giants made it after all.
to take the flanks.
Nick looks different.
He is different. But when I was away,
He made another
never mind,
Jormungandr?
later.
The Einherjar's link to Valhalla. My sisters and I must sever it.
Go.
How do you sever it? How do you sever the path of Valhalla?
Sindri won't let us down. We have to trust him.
Rally all you can. We will make for this Svartalfheim tower.
Sindri! Yeah, that snake he gave a giant soul. Loki created the prophesied
So what's the plan?
creatures.
How are we gonna breach the wall without Ragnarok?
War machines.
Oh, so we're pretty desperate, huh?
We already talked about that. Wait, no, you weren't there. Very insightful, boy.
Watch for the horn. We got bifrosted.
Wait, what the hell?
Behind you! Watch out! Left side! Dragon, incoming!
Damn it! Ragnarok is supposed to be here! Why isn't he here?
He'll be here! I mean, prophecy things happen when they're supposed to. I mean...
There! That pillar is standing on the queen!
Oh, hey! Good job, Fenrir!
Agrabata! No! That Valkyrie follows them through the realm there!
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine! We got more important things to worry about. Even if we can breach the wall.
Perhaps it is better this way.
Better for who?
It's all up to us now, I guess. Oh, Jormungandr still at it with Thor.
The dwarves are here! Way to go, Sindri! Ah, it's just Sindri!
Sindri? Hope we got something for us.
I'm late.
Where is your army?
No more dwarves are dying for this. Save it! Odin forced them to build those war machines. And I'm here to tear them down.
And we will.
Before you must put them on the floor.
Fine. Leave it to the dwarves to clean up after the giants.
Careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
There. Yes.
By bloody time he showed up.
Well, now what? Are we all gonna die? Hey, Surtur. I mean, Ragnarok. Exactly. Sindri is just...
You don't get to use us anymore.
Damn! Oh, he's even using the people of, like, Midgard.
More or less what you wanted.
I didn't want this. No. Close your heart to it.
No.
Close your heart.
Oh, that's what he was teaching him before.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Well,
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything. What are you doing?
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus.
Isn't that what a lot of people want to hear from their parents?
Open your heart.
That's a lot of modern storytelling now.
Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well. Today's. Today, we will be better.
But what can we do?
See the size of that thing? I think we're gonna win. I mean, if they don't kill us first.
Why have you stopped? Ragnarok is here. We finally have Odin right where we...
We will stop Odin. But we did not come to sacrifice the innocent. We will breach the wall at Hrimthur's Flaw.
With what army?
Atreus and I will be enough.
What?
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Can that weapon break open the flaw?
Huh?
Only one way to find out.
You three. Get those people to safety wherever you can find it.
We will see it done. Fred and I will do what we can to slow Ragnarok.
He was not mindless before. See if he will listen to reason.
There we go, Fisher. That's when he fights Surtur.
Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Why won't you take Freya with you?
Protect him! I will help those that are trapped and meet you at the fall. Go! Go, Atreus!
Oh, camera shift. Oh, the snake did travel back in time. I forgot about that.
Sentry, be careful and stay behind me.
You be careful. I'm here to fight.
Okay, we have badass broken Sindri here. I can't even command him.
Can I just say?
No, you can't. Shut up and fight.
What? This is his way. Good job, Sindri. How do I progress? Keep going. Thor? No. Mjolnir. Ah!
Can't let it control me.
Let's go. Their time. It's invincible. Oh my god, Sindri was just like wailing on that guy. Holy crap. Well, he feels like he has lost everything after all.
What? You want to thank you?
No, I just want...
I don't care what you want. This changes nothing.
Damn. Man, look at that. It really is like something straight out of Marvel. Hey, look there. That's, those are Freyr and Freya? Wait, or... Yeah, I think that's Freya and Freyr. Good timing, too. Whoa. Damn.
You really had me believing you that we didn't have to be enemies.
No!
You're okay.
My mom was right about you all along. You're a killer just like your father, and you're here to kill us all.
No, just Odin.
Ow!
Sindri, don't! She's a friend.
Friends don't bring the end of the world to each other's doorstep, Loki!
Well, they had to come to this.
You're right. You're right. I made some bad decisions.
You do that a lot. I'm not sure that's a defense.
It's not a defense. I just want to make it right. Is Skilder okay? Have you seen him?
Why wouldn't he be? What are you talking about?
Odin is willing to sacrifice the Midgardians. He put them along the wall to try and deter us, knowing they can't fight. Their deaths are just meant to slow us down.
Why would he do that? And how am I
She really
supposed
has
to
been lied
believe
to.
you?
Because he's right.
Oh, Sif!
It's who Odin is.
Okay.
It's who he's always been.
Mom, why are you here? What?
He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem in front of him. The Midgardians. Your friend. or family, any of us.
So get out of hell. Get out of
I hoped that
Asgard.
your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Mom, what are you saying?
Kill Odin.
I never doubted that you would make the finest Valkyrie these realms have ever seen. But not for him.
Hmm.
Do you understand?
I see. Actually, now that adds so much more meaning to why Sif didn't want her to be a Valkyrie. I never really thought of it like that.
We can be one again. A real one. What he's doing is wrong.
Hey, you're alive! Mortal.
Held our ground, we'd be safe. He said we owed him.
You don't owe him your death.
No shit.
Dad will never let them get their grandfather. Then go with him. He'll listen to you. Are you ready to go find the rest of your people?
Yeah.
Poor mortal.
I love you. I love you too.
This story's about broken families? Who'd have thought?
Finally.
Sentry. This Sindri, this dark Sindri. Come on.
Shoot it.
All right. Use the Force, Atreus.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well done, son. Well done.
Oh. I killed your siblings. I'm sorry. And here we are. It is time for Odin to face justice.
Who was the girl?
Hi! Through Thor's daughter!
Thor's daughter?
She's my friend! Another anchor yard! To the left!
I forgot I have a labors for Spartan kicks.
My dad taught me!
That much is clear.
Yeah, well, sorry, Peter.
I know.
Maybe we can get this last minute labor. How many more kicks do I have to get?
On the left! Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Stop getting hit!
Changing arrows! What's going on? I thought Ragnarok was supposed to help us!
He's just here to destroy everything.
What remains is incomplete. It cannot fulfill its purpose.
Oh, well, that explains everything. How did you know?
Behind you! Look out!
Wait! Where'd Sentry go?
He has done his part. The rest is on us.
Look out!
Behind you, brother! Squinting!
Look out!
I always love these final sequence music. Always so dramatic.
Interrupt the summoner!
Yeah, I think, you know, through it already told Atreus as well. It's perfectly understandable why things happen the way they did. So, hey, we're all coming to understanding. It's all about communication. A lot of these problems is because of poor communication between family members. There's one big family drama.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Ow! That's damn good hit. Oh man, I wonder if there's gonna be a boss fight with Odin, or are they gonna, is it gonna be one of those special final boss encounters where it's not really a fight? I'm excited. Oh shit! Almost died. Well fought, Thrud. Yeah, it's like wait until the end of the world to make up with your family. I guess that's the end of the world. It takes the end of the world to resolve these family disputes. Oh yeah, Anton, it's definitely a game about family. Vin Diesel would be proud. Family intervention, Kratos the therapist, and yeah, that's essentially what it is. But it does good. So far it has taught as well. Very. No, it's not cheesy or anything. It's all valid. Like so far, you know, the writing really has depicted what it takes to be, you know, a good parent, a good person. It's very wholesome. If you know, all the killing and beheading and kill animations aside, it is a very violent game, but it is also, in a way, thinking about it now, all of this, there is still so much, and I'm gonna sound cheesy, love. It's love and war. It's like it wouldn't be the same if there wasn't so much chaos and violence and anger and rage and, you know, the full spectrum of emotions and well, human, lack of a better term, human experience. I know they're gods, but you know what I mean. It's been hitting me good on all levels. Where am I supposed to go? Ah, okay. Mark path.
The Great Lodge. That's where we gotta go.
Okay. Wait, you're not... Prophecy says you die.
You didn't want to listen?
Good try.
Ah! Our biggest problem right now.
Rematch!
Get back to your sister. You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I trust you.
Away from her!
Okay, yeah, let's do this. Rematch, dad match.
I am done with you and your son.
But they're friends now. Maybe we can talk like dad to dad. We've both been through a lot. We've both had shitty parents, Thor. Come on, let's talk.
No more fucking games!
All right, let's talk with our fists. How's that?
And this time, I'm allowed to kill you.
Okay. I need to touch Mjolnir at least once. Come on.
We do not need to do this. We do. It's what we are. That's it.
You know, I can actually imagine like the kids on the side now are like, Dad! And they're just like so embarrassed.
Stay in control of it, brother. I know. Won't be enough.
This is the language we talk. Then let's talk.
Thor, the lad seems to think you've changed. Move it and stop it. Fucking over.
Oh. Ow. Been waiting for this rematch for a long time.
Thor, think for yourself, brother.
Stick to your... Be better. Change as I punch his face through. Good job, Mimir.
Don't act like you know.
I don't.
You attack my daughter.
What? No. Okay, I did not.
To my home. My family.
What did I say about miscommunication? Yo.
If this is the end, you'll die first. Then you're king.
Okay. Let's just settle down. I want to use Mjolnir, even just for a second. Let me use Mjolnir, please.
One of us die again.
Good job. Oh, they're teasing it. They're teasing it, chat. It's like, oh, you're not using Mjolnir yet.
Thor, this isn't what through her name. Out.
Can your wife just please appear and say, by the way, we're working together. You know, he needs this, whatever. No, Sif did say, you know, he's still super loyal to Odin in some twisted way. So, you know, this needs to happen. All right. I used my resurrection stone. Great.
This isn't what through would keep her name out of your damn mouth.
Animation lock.
Everything was fine before Loki showed up.
You need someone to blame. I get it. I get it, Thor. Blame Odin.
He almost convinced me.
How about blame Odin? Huh?
Had me believing things could change.
Things can change. Oh man, this is therapy with Kratos. Hey.
Listen to me. You have nothing I want to hear.
Kratos therapy. Therapy. Oh. Come on. I just want to smack him with... Oh. I hope we don't have to kill him. Oh my god, have you calmed down? Alright, so this
Fuck are you waiting for?
This anger.
Your daughter. My son calls her friend.
If you try to hurt her...
You're trying to protect her. I get it. But you need to look for once. Come on. Thratos. Thratos. Thratos team up. That's my ship name for them now.
What I've done, yes!
I've done worse. You want to fight about it? You want to compare?
What will you do now?
You want to compare about the list of atrocities we both committed?
We don't change. Destroy us.
No more. No more. For the sake of our children, we must be better.
That lion has gotten a lot of mileage, huh?
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk. You don't think. I think. You kill. It's a simple fucking concept.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh shit. Oh! Asshole! Rest in peace, Thor.
I did not want this.
Well, damn.
Dude, this was all their fault.
Oh shit.
They've done this to us, to our family.
Take Mjolnir, Thrud! You have the power! Ow! What the? Oh shit! I thought you was gonna call
Looks like I gotta do
Mjolnir.
everything around here.
Wait, that's it? Then we're gonna fight you?
You ran us! Why? Rude's gonna be fine. I saved her. Thor!
Ever considered dodging?
You turned him against me! You turned them all against me!
Okay, old man. Hey, you know what? Ow.
Odin, please! You can stop me!
So what happens to Thor? It goes to Valhalla.
Just give me my map!
What happens when gods die?
Trust you! Sounds like a great idea!
My spear's better than yours!
Come to my land! Turn my family against me!
You turn them against. You turned against them. You turned them against yourself.
No, no, no! This all started long before you showed up. You are a nobody. A plague, god, killer. This is what you wanted, right?
What's the proper timing for that? off. Ah! I don't have a stone. Okay, it's not so bad. We got into half-life. Aidan also places the old man and good doctor, but probably doesn't matter. I haven't seen him in anything else. Like a good doctor, the series. Huh. Well, if a god dies in Norse myth, they would go to hell. Okay. But when Ragnarok happens, their souls get destroyed. So that's why he just kind of dissipated. He'll be back next cycle. It's okay. Mjolnir's out there now. Either I get to use it, or maybe Thrud gets to use it. But at least Thor got to change at the end. I can't see you in the mist. Haha!
Ever considered dodging?
Ow! Whoa, almost there. No! No!
I don't believe this.
Well, believe it. What are you doing?
I won't let it end this way. This is not how it ends.
Oh, that's not fair. Oh, that baited me. Phase 1. Okay, when does Kratos die?
So, was this everything you hoped for? Was your plan really all that much better than mine?
I don't think we had a plan.
Exactly what you want.
What that? Hey.
Not quite.
Oh shit, you got the noose. That's his weakness? Oh man.
Think you're the only one who can craft a binding spell?
Oh shit.
I spent
Okay, well, let's give her
many long
this.
winters
She deserves
thinking
this.
about what I would say to you as I watched you take your last breath.
Kill Steel, but I'll let her have it.
But now, I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore.
That's my friend.
How dramatic.
How good you look with wings.
Ugh.
Oh, husband. You always sought knowledge well. Now, I'm going to teach you what it's like to lose everything. Bow to your queen!
This is so over the top.
I always loved you. No.
Oh wow.
You've never loved anyone!
Real talk.
Why not get the noose again? Okay, we place Atreus now. The mask.
Father? Freya?
No, I think there's more fissure. I forgot about the mask. How convenient that it's right there. This is all part of the plan. How do we...
Loki! No, no, no. No. No more fighting. No.
What?
None of that matters now.
What?
This is your moment.
What?
Loki.
This is
Roa
so
tried
toxic.
to hide you from me,
Can he
but
just
this
die?
is your destiny. Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation. Unfold the secrets of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion. You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki. Ask it the question.
This is your choice, son. I trust you.
Do we actually have to choose? Oh, okay.
No! 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 Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing!
Look at this raging old man.
Attack!
You've waited a long time for this, haven't you, Chris? So have I!
Too late for that!
Ow, timing.
Fly!
That looks bad.
Left side!
Yeesh! You ever know something wrong?
Fight you, brother! 3 against 1, and don't forget me, old fucker! What did you call me? That one's for Brock!
Well, that sucks. Oh, combo! Damn. So I'm supposed to destroy them like that?
Got it!
Use your arrows. Got it. Okay, cool. There we go. Yeah, well, so far it has been underwhelming so far. I'll finish the scene before we really judge it for now.
You've waited a long time.
Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Exactly, it's just all this miscommunication. Will Smith, two minds, same thought. Yeah, all the gaslighting, all the toxic relationship traits. You know, they stuffed it all into this game. Yeah. I mean, Freya never really totally sold me in general, but you know, we gave her that moment. It's like super cheesy. I just accepted it. This one I can't compare because, well, I did watch the Siege of Olympus thing. That was pretty cool. All the titans climbing up. That was super badass. But the final act so far, I am honestly hoping it gets better. But let's see.
Haven't you, Chris?
So have I!
Too late for that!
Like, so far, they've all just been throwing out all the explanations. Like, out of nowhere, it seems. Anyway, let's have better thoughts when I finish the game. If we finish the game. I don't know if we're almost done.
Three against one.
Don't forget me, old fucker.
What did you call me?
That one's for draw.
What's your life?
Ooh, ouch, I got stabbed. I'm also wondering when Kratos dies.
Go get it! No!
Oh, sorry, Birdie.
You've ruined everything! Everything I worked for! Everything I killed for!
Well,
I don't
I'll
want
talk.
an answer!
Just wanted an answer, so it's still very Odin, I guess. You know, I don't have arrows left.
When you're fine. If you just played your part, none of this would have happened.
Targeting threw me off.
Answer me, Loki! What's it all for?
It sucks not having all the answers, huh?
Brother, get up! Brother!
Oh well. Man, you really hate these games, don't you, Izzy? I mean, you have expressed your dislike for this new saga.
Everything I killed for! I just wanted answers!
Incoming! Left side!
Slowed.
Use your arrows.
I got it!
Oops.
If you just played your part, none of this would have happened. What was it all for? Answer me, Loki! What's it all for?
What is it all for? Ah, slowed. What's next? Do we have another face? Oh! Come on, tag team! I love it when heroes just know how to synchronize at the end.
This was our chance, Loki. I could have had my answers. I could have learned the truth.
I understand the pain,
You took that
though.
away from me. I could have made things better.
Like how to stop
We could have
Ragnarok?
made
All
the
that
9 realms
knowledge?
better.
This was never about the realms or me. It was about you.
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom.
You did those things. Your choices. You killed your own son.
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice.
Oh. Is he gonna talk no jutsu, the big bad?
You have to stop. You can choose to
Okay, that
let
line
it.
is overused
No, I
now.
can't. I have to know what happens next.
But I know that
I
need
will
to
never
know
stop.
what comes next. Oh, that
Why'd
mimics
you
a
have
lot
to
of
say
things. Oh, same thing.
Sofna.
There goes your soul into a marble.
Tesu.
What's up?
Sofna. Hithan.
It's like Avatar, actually.
Sofna.
Well, actually, no. Avatar had a definitely a less. Okay, no. This judgment is more painful. He just took his soul into a marble, dude. I mean, Aang just took his powers away, but this guy just... Like, you could have turned him mortal if they had a spell for that, right? But yeah, this is the only way. Aside from killing him.
I swore I would never rob from you the choice between life and death.
There we go.
I have waited so long for this moment.
Literally in the palm of your hand now, Freya.
I don't need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
Oh, Ragnarok's still happening. What are you talking about? Oh, Sindri! Oh. Go! Oh my god, dude.
That's what comes next.
Oh god, Sindri. Alright. Okay, bye.
It's Ragnarok. He's here.
Well, yeah. What did they think? It would stop with Odin?
Time to go. Go where exactly?
Need an exit?
Angerboda.
How?
Let's go.
Giant stuff. Okay, follow me, quickly.
What about all the innocents? What about all the innocents? Oh, okay. As according to prophecy, Fisher.
Freya! It's time.
Oh, I kind of like Freyr. My PCs were always like him. I had a phase when all my PCs were like Freyr. Okay, why did you have to...
Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. But your path is your own.
They had death flags for Loki, but they're really gonna
Follow
kill him.
it, and you'll end up right where you're supposed to be.
Huh?
There he is. Wake up, Atreus.
Huh? Oh.
Wake up.
you've come back to us.
Hi. Where's my father?
Somewhere here in the hold. He'll be glad to see you.
Thanks, Hare.
Hodimi's hold.
How did we all get here?
With the towers, your friend with the really big wolf, and our Valkyrie gift for transporting the worthy, we were able to bring the survivors here to Hodmimi's hold.
Are there many survivors?
More than we could have hoped for. We're tending the wounded here, but others have begun to set up camp further in the hold.
Is there any chance Freyr...
I'm afraid he was lost, Atreus.
Right. Thanks for patching me up.
Take it easy, you took quite a beating.
Oh no, we also lost Ingrid
She's
then.
still out there, you know. Not for long. Freya spoke about it earlier. Gna will meet her end.
Gonna?
One
Oh.
way or another.
What?
I'd kill to see that fight.
They're leaving her to its sequels. The new Valkyrie Queen, now no longer Valkyrie Queen. Where is she gonna show up, I wonder? Maybe with the remnants. That's what happens after, right? The Asgardian remnants activity. Anyway, what is this? Wait. I was just... War, what is it good for? Soul no Jutsu, they literally tried to rip off Naruto here. It's happens in a lot of these stories. You know, you talk to the villain one last time. But of course here, there was a precedent for it. He was being like his father. And time again, people would always say, "I'll never stop." Or, in translation, "You'll have to kill me." But Atreus decided to just trap him in a marble. They all wimp out like babies. You generally do not understand why it really does not seem to be a story for you, Izzy. That's essentially that. It's really not to your taste. But I can appreciate the cheesiness and the wholesome message they're trying to portray in terms of breaking the cycle, which has been a motif since the beginning of the Norse saga in 2018. It is all about breaking the cycle, right? It's all about being better. But holy crap, they overused that line. I will say that. It's like it got so much mileage, and then they just kept dropping it at every other scene in this sequence so far. But yeah, it's all about breaking the cycle, being better. Which I think is a universal message that I wish a lot of people would be able to, you know... If people didn't do that, the world would burn. Like, essentially, Ragnarok. It's, you know, a very wholesome message if you think about it. So yeah, it's family with a capital F, wholesome moral story, moral lessons and stuff like that. That's what I see that they were trying to go for here. And I think it...
Mom, stop it, I'm fine.
Hush. I won't have rot set into this arm.
Rot isn't going to...
If you lose it, how then would you fight?
My... other arm. Thank you.
And it's the direction they chose to go. It really is, in a meta way, the legacy of the entire God of War series you'd think, Kratos was always told that he'd never change. Since the Greek saga, it is all about him repeating the cycle of patricide, killing anything in his way, being exactly like Odin. And here he has come full circle and he has broken that cycle. So he has changed. So that's essentially the story they were trying to tell in terms of Kratos. Yeah, that helps. If your games are standalone, gives you a new canvas to paint on. So this is the direction they went. I know a lot of people are not happy with it, but I can appreciate how, while a lot of the explanations of like the magical explanations and the explanation of the mask and like they're just like pulling out exposition, like, oh no, the game's ending, let's pull out exposition and explain what's going on and the mechanics of how Ragnarok is working. And if this is like just the epilogue, if we have actually already finished the game, it is very rushed. It was hella rushed. Well, that's what I currently think. I'll have better thoughts perhaps after a week, but it felt like we went through such a long journey only to have it summarized in a checklist at the end. That's what it felt like. But yeah, it's not over yet. That's just my initial thoughts after going through the Ragnarok sequence. Let's go. Hey, at least it ain't as bad as the new Star Wars trilogy, the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, is he? It's like, what do you mean you haven't read the 300-page encyclopedia to explain that one moment in the film? I hate it when they do that. Relying on cross-media for you to get the full story. Like, it has to be a full... I'm always a true believer that it ought to be full. Not to explain everything, but it has to feel whole. A story has to feel whole without needing you to read like the entire comic series and the visual encyclopedias just to understand what that marble was all about. But anyway, that is a... I don't know why I talked about that. Right now, everything's been so far consistent, if a bit rushed in Ragnarok. Again, there's an epilogue. One prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Kratos is supposed to die. I'm curious.
Loki. I'm so glad you're both alive. You have no idea, and I'm sorry. Thor. He was...
She stood up to Odin
he
in the
tried.
end.
You know? I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Nothing will fix what you're feeling. But I hope there's some comfort in knowing Odin's gone.
There absolutely is.
Loki, it was an honor to fight alongside a giant. Know that.
You got
Will
you
you
got
stay
giant
here,
blood
Miko?
too.
For a bit? Then I've got something I need to find.
I'm working with Hildisvini to get the rest of the Asgardians to Vanaheim. To help rebuild.
Then I hope it can be a fresh start for them. And you. Oh, and Thrud. I hope you find what you're looking for. Good luck.
See ya, Loki.
Take care.
Oh. It's also a very stark difference to how the
Were
Greek
either of your
saga
weapons
ended.
damaged in the battle?
I think they're fine. Maybe a couple nicks here and there.
Well,
Greece was
we can have a
flooded,
look at
right?
later.
And totally destroyed,
we might not need
decimated.
Nonsense. A
But
shield maiden
here-
needs all her tools in working order. That Sigrun would probably chew you out if they were dull.
Oh, she would she?
I know I certainly would.
I also know you would.
Ooh, okay. Wait, I'm gonna have to parse the story in a bit. About the prophecy part. Well, let's finish the story. You know, let's reserve any other thoughts until we reach the end. But it was fun. Like, it is really fun. Just I expected way too much.
Lugan made it out.
Hey, aren't you the jerk of a raven? But hey, you're free now. But there, like how they changed the story of the ravens, them being like sacrificed children, the souls of sacrificed children, that totally changed, of course, how you would see the ravens. Or are Hugin and Mugen different from the ones the Raven Keeper tended to? No, never mind. They're different ravens. They're the mythological ravens, not the Raven Keeper ravens. Never mind. I don't know what you're gonna do, Mugen.
And if you could get this wood over to Brana's tent, she'd really appreciate it.
Brana?
Okay. If we can get the rest of the tents up by
Skilder?
nightfall. Loki!
I interrupted him.
Glad to see the head injury didn't make you forget me.
Hello,
Did
mortal.
you have a head injury? Everything was a blur. Maybe that was someone else. Anyway, man, I'm really glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you too. Looks like you're keeping busy.
I'm just happy to help folks. We're on track to have bedrolls for everyone, and your friend's wolves have been helping out with hunting. We should have plenty to feed everyone.
No shit.
No shit? And hey, thank you for everything. We wouldn't even be here without you and your friends.
Yeah, of course. I just wish we could have gotten more people out.
Loki, you did good.
Thanks, Skilder. Take care, okay?
Hey, you know me.
I wish I got to know you, but
Has anyone seen any extra blankets lying around? That snow might be melting, but it's still gonna be pretty cold in this place.
like they introduced them as if he was gonna be a significant mortal friend,
Better load up on extra
and they totally
timber
forgot
in case
about
the
him.
fires go out.
And then he comes out in Ragnarok and it's like, hey, what's up, best friend?
What else? What else? Gotta be missing something.
Oh, what's up, Space Pop? I'm not yet done yet, but we can talk. We can finally talk after I finish the game. It's been a long time coming.
Has everyone eaten? Have I eaten? Huh, should maybe do that soon.
But I really wanted to get to know him. I don't know, maybe he was gonna be a best friend or something more to Atreus, but they just forgot about him. Okay, mortal, see you next game. But it's very different. You know, there's no remnant of Greece in this universe as far as we can tell, right? It's decimated. But there's all of these to possibly move forward with wherever they're gonna take the franchise next. I'm waiting for the ultimate smash up of pantheons.
Oh, there he is. And one for the kid.
Skull!
Skull!
Here, here. Skull, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. And Freyr's sacrifice.
It's true.
We were just swapping our own Freyr fables.
Oh yeah, this is Freyr's party.
So where was I? Oh. When we met, I was expecting this warrior, this master planner, a born leader. The legend came before the man. But the man himself was very different. He won me over, though. He was just so damn kind.
I think it helped that he was handsome.
This is true. And incredibly charming.
Charisma character.
Alright, stop. Y'all are gonna make me start crying all over again.
You know, if you got that proficiency
Gotta go find my father.
and expertise in persuasion. Good doggo. Where's Bingvir?
Y'all remember that time old Skeeth Bluff near caught on fire?
If I remember correctly, it was you who lit it on fire in the first place.
Well, not on purpose. How was I supposed to know it was so easily flammable?
It wasn't. You were showing off that enchanted bellows of yours and sparks flew everywhere.
That is what happened, isn't it?
See, in this one, they were essentially like a tabletop RPG party. And of course, I wanted to get to know them a bit more, but we barely got to. But they were crafted, you know, like they've been through so much together. They had a whole... It's one of those things where their stories probably relegated to comics or a novel. Like Freyr's family. I don't know, whatever his party name would be. They would probably be relegated to like comics. But they talk as if you know, they have such a long history together. And I would like to know them a bit more as well, because they did have an interesting party dynamic, and then people just started dying. Like, where's Bingvir? It didn't acknowledge that we saved them in the quest. Wait, anyway, final part makes me feel like Star. Okay, I don't know if for, you know, again, I said I'll finish the game first before I spoil myself. Let's just enjoy the moment right now.
Freya.
Hello, Auntie Freya.
It was his choice. I couldn't take that from him.
He saved us all. I'll never forget that.
The family I thought I had was taken from me piece by piece. But there's comfort in the family I've chosen.
Aha!
Your mother was right, you know.
Confirmed. She's our new mom.
You grew into that bow after all.
Oh.
You are a formidable warrior. But even more than that, you have a good heart. Nothing you've endured has changed that.
I guess that is the final
I'm so
piece
proud
she had
of
to
the
hand
man
off
you've
to.
become, Atreus.
Thank you. For everything.
Or I guess
I
she
should
could be like
find
her
my father.
She could be like she
You
could be
should.
like her godmother, I guess, right? I don't think Kratos is ready for another relationship. So a godmother, auntie,
Atreus! Oh, you
Uncle
gave us quite a
Mimir.
scare there.
Glad to see you too, Mimir. Listen. I want to thank you.
Oh, what else did you expect from the smartest man alive?
It's not just because you're smart. You listened to me. Mentored me. And, well, you're basically another dad to me.
Oh.
Lad.
No. I need you to hear it. I appreciate you so much.
I love you too, little brother.
And why are they relegating
See you,
all of
Mimir.
this to
It's good to see you
in-game,
about, Atreus.
You too, Hildisvini.
like in-game engine dialogue? Like, wouldn't these be better if they actually shot these scenes rather than just? No, let's finish it. I'm sorry for shooting you, by the way. I think I already said sorry.
I hear you're headed to Vanaheim
Oh.
with the Aesir.
That's correct.
Vanaheim with the
I thought I'd
Aesir.
see the day Vanir and Aesir existed in peace.
Oh,
How
okay.
optimistically presumptuous.
So the Aesir,
suppose so.
they got some
We offered
Aesir
to
out.
take them in, but I don't expect things to be easy right away.
Well, something to work towards.
Civility is certainly a start.
You're rebuilding from that. I'm trying to think of another story that had a similar thing where, you know, what comes after a revolution. Anyway, there's a lot. I'm just thinking of a
And it's
recent one I
nice down
watched.
here, huh?
Angerboda.
No loud noises. We're okay.
Aw.
You did so good today, boy. I'm so proud of you.
Hey, at least
Maybe
Fenrir's
later,
amazing.
We can find some treats.
Okay. My turn.
My turn.
Who's that, huh? Yeah, we know him.
Fenrir.
Maybe one of these days I'll surprise you.
Oh, you already have.
Oh, so big. It's like Zagreus and Cerberus. Oh.
You were in good hands. Thank you for saving us.
I decided it would be better if I wrote the ending myself. You haven't told your father yet, have you?
Told him about what?
Come on. Giant visions?
Actually, yeah, you never-
I already saw it. I get it.
Every part of me is telling me this is what I have to do. I just don't know how to say it.
Come with me. I've got something I want to show you. Both of you.
I do not wish to intrude.
This is for you too.
Atreus, I am glad you are well.
I'm glad you are too.
Wait, what's happening? What's happening? What do we have to see, Angerboda? What did you see? Where does this path end?
So, what was the end of the story?
My question.
Before Ragnarok, you promised to finish it if I fell asleep.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, he asked that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
Well, that's a memory of Thor.
There's a lot of smoke out there.
It seems when Asgard fell, pieces of it landed all over the realms. There might still be some Einherjar near them, but that's not what I brought you here to see.
They're telling you that's post-game content. What's this? Is this a teaser for the sequel?
Mother? My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you. It don't all open. I'm sorry.
Father, I need to talk to you about something. There are other giants out there, and I've got to find them. I think I know where to look, but they're my responsibility.
Oh, empty nest syndrome,
I need to
Kratos.
do this alone. I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust, who to call friend. Son, you are ready.
Remember our promise.
I wish I remember the
Loki
promise.
will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
Take care of everyone.
Raised him well. Got him all the upgrades. Unintelligible. Oh, Kratos, it's okay. They'll be fine. He's gonna go off to out of town with his new girlfriend. It'll be fine. Oh wait, no, he said he has to do it alone, right? So anger bonus gonna remain. Well, now what? Your son's off to college? Oh. Uh-oh.
What did you see in there, brother?
Was that the future?
Path. One I had never imagined.
And what now?
Or is that the ending? You know, he became a God of War, led the army.
much to rebuild. Would you join me?
Aye.
There we
We'll
go.
see to it. Together.
A little hand touch. Where are the credits? How do you trigger the credits in this game? Because in 2018, you have to return to your house. It's like Skyrim on launch day. Oh, sorry, I was still into it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Mr. Post credits. Oh, Bear McCreer, come on. I know your score is awesome. That surprised me. You gotta give them both time, okay, Space Pulp? I know you're all about, like, Freya X Kratos. A lot of people are, but, like, it's too soon. Then again, they do say trauma brings people together really quickly. Okay, let me just... We're gonna go through the credits. Let me just catch up with chat here. There's just too much to talk about. We haven't even got to the post-credits yet. Oh my god. Well, sorry. Thank you for keeping each other company. But they left an absurd amount of things unanswered. No, you won't buy the book. Yeah. They were leaving everything to like DLC and sequel bait. Thank God you thought you was the only one who hated this. I was still very I got too hyped up about Ragnarok. I expected way too much from Ragnarok. And it's just a rush, and it was all a bunch. It's like they were just checking boxes to try and end it as soon as possible. And you know, as much as I would have loved like getting more invested in the armies, gathering them ourselves, helping that out, that would have really helped, I think, Kratos get the feeling of you're leading this army into Ragnarok. But instead, they just like, okay, the NPCs are gonna take care of it. It happens all off screen. You're just gonna jump into the action, give your big speech in front of 5 people, and that's it. And then the Odin fight was just like, it was like a Valkyrie fight. I mean, I was expecting the Odin fight to be something like Thor and Baldur levels, you know? Like some of the best fights in the game. Anyway, that right here, all of this is like every badly designed epilogue to a CRPG. Yeah, it's walk the hall and talk to everyone and let them update you on what they're gonna do for the post game and possible sequel. Yeah, those kinds of epilogues. I will say though, like, I'm gonna bring up Mass Effect. Like that one, Mass Effect and Dragon Age Inquisition, when they launched, they didn't even have their epilogues ready. They didn't even have their final acts really ready. And then they released Citadel, and then for Inquisition, it was, about the Dread Wolf. The game wasn't complete without that DLC, so I don't know if that's going to be the same situation here, if there's going to be some... Anyway, but yeah, it is that. It's just like walk in-game dialogues, letting them know, hey, we're still going to do stuff. Game's not over. DMC, Bayonetta type of credits ending, just fight shit to sick music. Well, yeah, Bayonetta's its own thing. Cory Barlog, I keep saying Balrog, should have continued as director, but you guys, I think I saw you were talking about that it was, yeah, he was still creative director. He still had a huge input in this. So it's a team effort. And fine-tuned Space Pulp, you mean like, okay, I gotta say, like, I was like, right now I was just quite unhappy with the final act. That's it. Of course, gameplay wise, they did add a bit more to it, even though it's essentially the same game. And this is me coming months after finishing God of War 2018. I never played God of War at launch. I only got to play it once I got a PlayStation. Sorry, I played it on PC. What am I talking about? So I just played it a few months ago. So I came into Ragnarok fresh off the God of War 2018 train. And initially I was like, this is just the same game. Like, what the heck? And I think things started to really pick up at the midpoint, when things started to get serious. And I gotta say, there were so many good moments here. Like, I gotta say, like, initial impressions, this had so many memorable moments. Like, leading up to Ragnarok. A lot of great character moments here. And then in the end, they just overused the be better theme. It's like, yeah, we got it. But then I guess they were trying to cram everything. It's like they were trying to shout be better to, shouting it over the chaos of Ragnarok, trying to check those notes and try to get some villain redemption at the end in some way and repair their families. Like, I was hoping also we're gonna be able to sort out Thor's and Sif's and Thrud's problems. They just crammed everything in there. They just crammed everything in that 30 minutes. Chaos, Case, and Shoes have for Revolution. Yeah, I was asking, what comes after? That's why Kratos is saying gotta rebuild. Unless you're gonna have another revolution on your hands. And we don't have Freyr anymore to broker peace. Balrog clearly wanted to go in this Goofy direction. Goofy, it is not Marvel Goofy, okay? I'm glad it did not become Marvel quip every second kind of thing. At least in my opinion. It was actually, for me, I treated it very seriously. I was super happy with almost everything and all the story beats. But oh god, I was just so underwhelmed by Ragnarok. Balrog pushed to have it be 2 games instead of 3. And when that was agreed upon, ended up giving Williams a list of 3 things that had to happen. Meaning Eric Williams had the creative freedom as long as those 3 terms were met. Giving him only 2 games. Okay, it's not as bad as Game of Thrones Season 8. But it was a Game of Thrones Season 8. The creator themselves arguing that they wanted to end on the second game, when I think perhaps Sony, or let's say in like D&D's case, HBO wanting, no, we need another season. We need another season to wrap this up, D&D. But then the creators are like, nah, we got other jobs. We're not gonna hand it over to anyone. Game of Thrones ends in Season 8. And look what happened. It is the fastest death to a fandom I have ever seen. Right after Season 8 was released, everybody stopped talking about it. It is just like so painful to talk about. Thankfully, as always, there are other great games in existence to get our fill. Yeah, Izzy, there's so many games. Okay, there are so many games. I will say I enjoy my journey with this, but there are so many games to catch up on. Like, so freaking many games. And there's more to come. It could have been a formality as the foundation is built by him, but I don't know. I think it was symbolically like opening that last shrine. Correct me if I'm wrong. That shrine was literally the story. But Faye destroyed it so we wouldn't be influenced by that prophecy. Which is interesting. Again, I have a complicated feeling about fate and prophecy and stories. But opening that and reading it, it really felt like, the reason why 2018 up to Ragnarok was so good was because, for me, it felt like, because we didn't know, because that shrine was hidden. That shrine was hidden, so I was going along with the journey, enjoying the shit out of the story, enjoying these character beats and moments, despite knowing the greater mythology, thanks to Fisher, who was predicting a lot of things mythology-wise. But when we started to know about Ragnarok, because we knew what had to happen with Ragnarok, suddenly the game kind of shifted in a literally a predictable, all right, you gotta do this, 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 and start Ragnarok so this can happen. Yeah, the Odin twist, I love the Odin twist. That is super great. That caught me off guard. I really loved Odin after that because he really pissed me off because he did play upon our feelings or sympathy. That Odin twist is great. Then after that, I felt like, okay, well, what's happening now? We're just gonna hit the check boxes now. Make sure this Ragnarok happens. Meeting Surtur was fun, but then it's like we knew the story, and we were just checking off the boxes at that point. Anyway, here's what. Thank you so much for the cheer, Dewata. I'm just trying to catch up with chat here. I was so into the final sections here. And here's what I hate. Here's what I love. Kratos has become the very thing he has hated and detested his entire life since being tricked. You know, short it goes God of War 4. Okay. But wasn't the whole thing about Kratos breaking that cycle and becoming the thing he wasn't supposed to be? People kept telling Kratos, you can't change. So I'd like to think he did, which is why he was able to get out of it alive. That's another question I have. You mentioned it was already answered why Kratos did not die. How? Okay, GG self-care package. Sorry about that. Posture check. Hydrate. Oh my god. I felt that, Izzy, the Kratos has become the very thing he has hated and detested. I was so upset with the scene with Baldur. With what he did to Baldur, because I even posted on Reddit about it. I'm like, didn't Kratos become the thing he said he wouldn't become? I went to Reddit to ask a question. I had to get it off my chest. Because I thought Kratos was just perpetuating the cycle. But someone was able to clarify a few things, a bit of the details I miss in the story. And he gave me a new perspective. So whoever that random internet stranger was, I was able to get over that moment. When I thought Kratos was just not changing and being himself by taking the life of Baldur. That was a bit complicated for me, but yeah. Venerated, using your feet. If you want like the black screen credits, there's one more thing to do. You see end credits, congrats. Thank you so much, pal, for being here, for dropping by. I murdered your son. You know, I feel like you're sexy now, bald god. You sus, but I'm really not really Kratos, so let's bone. You led 5 people into war. Yeah, that speech, that's why I was so, when that speech happened, is he like, oh, we're getting ready for a speech. I was thinking, but this could have been so awesome if it was done. And now I think I'm being nitpicky, but again, it's one of those things. I'm trying not to fall into the trap of thinking that about how things should have gone. Because a lot of toxic Star Wars fans ended up falling into the trap. Like, you can try, it's so difficult to be objective about stories, right? It is very difficult, especially when so much feeling and nostalgia is tied up and entangled in that. So you were never going to win in a Star Wars discourse. But I will say that a lot of people did fall into the trap, myself included, about how, oh, that shouldn't have happened. And how we want to put ourselves in the director's chair and say that this should have happened. But in this case, I'll just share that I really felt that speech really fell flat. And I really felt like that was that moment in Tyr's temple was a huge red flag for me for the beginning of the sequence. Because it's like, oh, okay, where are the armies? Who are these? Like, these 5 people calling me general, cool. So I'm going to give this big rallying speech to these people. I guess quality over quantity, right? But I'm just imagining, like Kratos returning to become a general once more, but with a different purpose. So it wasn't Kratos like repeating the cycle. It was him going back to the beginning and veering off course, represented by him determining what he should do. Like he decided, no, pull back, focus on saving people, we're not gonna wipe out everyone in Asgard. He almost fell into that trap. Inquisition was ass. I really liked the DLC. Both DLCs for Inquisition. If it wasn't for the DLC, it was a very meh game for me. Dragon Age 2, gameplay-wise, for me, it is the worst. But I was the most invested in Dragon Age 2. Origins, of course, overall, it was just a great return to form for BioWare. I don't know, rest in peace, old BioWare. Whatever happened to you, BioWare. One of my main gripe here is dispersing the main story to gameplay. Side quest to... The main story to gameplay, the side quest to gameplay? Wait. Like, how did you... Well, we did almost all the side quests in the favors. Oh my god! I didn't see this raid. I was trying to catch up with all of this. Holy crap. Charkuri, thank you so much for raiding. I was just going through the whole ending sequence. So I was like catching up with so much of the chat. Holy crap. Thank you so much for raiding, everyone. If this is your first time here, welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm Mikey. I'm freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, variety streamer on Twitch. We just finished our Tuesday sessions for God of War. We, as you can see, we like to play, well, story-rich games. I can play any genre, but I do like a good story because lots of talk about things this way. So I was just catching up with everyone here. Well, I did play a lot of the side quest Space Pulp, and yes, a lot of character development was through there. I was able to get attached more to the characters here because I chose to do all the side quests before finishing the game, or as much as I could. Because in God of War 2018, I just kind of rushed the main quest, and I saved all the side quests for after. So I wasn't that attached to the cast. So that's why a lot of the moments, you are right, they were... You wouldn't get the full experience without having gone through a lot of the side content, which is very unfortunate. But thank you for the raid. Bloom VT, welcome in. Dewata, great to see you. Shark Tank, what were you guys playing? Thank you for the bits, Dewata. You still haven't hit the credits, by the way. Yeah, I haven't hit it yet. I need to learn to walk and talk, but I just want to catch up with the chat here because I was just like tuning everything out and focusing on the ending. I'm talking about becoming worship as a god, which is the final panel. Oh, okay. That's the actual credits. If you want to be technical, Kratos did die in the fight against Thor. First one that... Fisher! You have found the loophole in the prophecy. Kratos did die for 2 seconds. Prophecy fulfilled. Move on. Plot hole filled. I'm happy. If you think about it, isn't that proof of him changing his destiny? Again, yeah, it's... Change isn't exactly like becoming a totally different person. There are parts of us that indeed, truly enough, we cannot change. It is, it's how we define change. You want to get into the layers of it and everything. Worshipped or venerated, that's also a big difference, right? Kratos was never worshipped or loved. Last panel shows all that. Yeah. It is as he said, a path he never thought of. Like because he did things for the right, quote unquote, right reasons. He did it for other people this time. That was essentially what the story was trying to tell us. It was Odin was doing it all for himself. But I do wonder what the answers were. And Kratos was different now. He's a general, but he was doing it for the people. He wasn't doing it for his own glory. Like I remember why Kratos got into problems was because he was going to lose the battle, so he beseeched the gods for help so he could strike down his enemy because he couldn't bear the loss, or he didn't want to be defeated. So he was willing to do anything to win. So that was it. Changing his destiny? No, it's the writer changing the character himself to something he thought was an abomination. Gods, especially, he detested that even as short as God of War 4. The writers forgot what they wrote or just stupid. What are we not... Okay, I have to think about it some more, Izzy, but I really felt Kratos fundamentally changed. Or at least his worldview shifted. I think that was enough. Like, I don't feel any break in consistency in terms of where they were kind of going with Kratos. And that, I think Zen said something very important. It's not worship. He was being thanked, venerated, honored, right? That is the path I believe that Kratos saw, which is why he almost cried. It wasn't him saying, "Oh, I am finally a god of war and they worship me." No, it was, I help people. And I think that is so important for Kratos, because those people, they were not worshiping him. They were honoring him for what he did for them. And I believe Kratos remains very humble, very depressed. And, you know, Kratos did want to kill himself, meant over and over in the Greek tragedy, right? But he's chosen to live. That story about carrying all the logs, he asked for death to come, and instead he asked death to help bear the burden with him. That was about himself. So I really felt like he did change. That's how I thought. He can also show his acceptance of fate. Yes, his acceptance of fate. And that's another touchy thing. Like, okay, like, so nothing I did mattered? What is it, prophecy? I always have a complicated relationship with prophecy, because it sometimes feels like your agency is taken away. Because that's how it is. Greek tragedies, a lot of it. No matter what you do, it's gonna happen. No matter what you do. So in a way, it kind of feels like I didn't even need to pick up this controller. It was gonna happen anyway. You know, it's just... But I guess the point of Lao Fei destroying the shrine of Atreus, not revealing the story to us, not spoiling the story to us, perhaps I need to focus on that point. I have to focus on that point as you don't know the future. And how are these futures determined? Lao Fei destroyed it, and everything happened still, but it is because of our actions. Yeah, that's what Kratos was saying. We got... I remember, yeah, he opened it, he saw it, and he said, we got here because of our actions. It's not because we didn't follow prophecy. But can we truly say we're free? I don't think they ever set out to try and answer that. It's left up to us whether you believe in fate, destiny, prophecy, something like that. He was going to lose the battle because Ares set him up. Some interesting stuff back there. It feels like what happened with Dante post DMC5. You can talk about DMC5. I have not finished it yet. I want to watch all the playthroughs of DMC 1 to 4 first before I jump into 5. But the director seems to have smoked meth, and he's saying that Dante is terrified of demons. Actually, okay, I don't know. I haven't finished God of War 5, but overall, it's like, yeah, they never really talk, you know... I don't think the question you should ask is, do our actions matter, or is fate real? It's like, just, no. It's... I think the only way you can really get by is just to really believe that you are in charge of your own destiny. I guess that's it. No, we are. We get to where we are as a culmination of all our actions. But thank you for coming in. I just wanted to share my initial thoughts on it. I'm sorry, like I didn't get to the... I was wondering how to like trigger the credits, you know, the cut. Because that's how the first game ended, where the camera actually cut. Because this has been essentially one continuous take. Wait, no, actually no. They cut in 2018. Oh my god. So this is actually 2 takes. Anyway, props to the cameraman, the film crew. Amazing job, everyone. Give them an award, please. I'm still blown away by the cinematography here.
We don't need to talk about her. We just need to find her.
But Odin chose her as his new Valkyrie.
So she's the post-content.
Your goddess, your friend.
Gná pledged loyalty to Asgard long ago, and our friendship ended soon after.
What happened?
I made a choice. One she couldn't accept. Kratos. She hates me. She will be a problem for us. Better we find her than she finds us.
Okay, so that's the Asgardian remnant side activity, right? I was so annoyed. I was like backtracking through everything, wondering what that undiscovered side event was. And then when I googled it, it's like, you have to finish the game first before you can clear out these zones. I got so annoyed. So I'm like, screw these favors. I'm doing it after the game. On the other hand, there's a possibility to twists. Like, there can be a lot of interpretations of the same words. Yes, precisely that, Vanwa. What is change? What... Like for Izzy, you saw that panel. You saw that panel and you were seeing that is exactly what Kratos doesn't want to be, worshipped like a god or a monster. But I saw differently. So it still fits. It still tracks. You could see it like that. But in my case, I think the intent was pretty clear in terms of the path that Kratos never saw possible. That he could be, you know, liked by people.
And another one for the big boy himself.
Skull! Skull! Yeah, but, I mean, I don't know. I just don't see it. I just really don't see Kratos crying tears of joy because he was finally worshipped like a god. I really don't see that. Well, since we are around the campfire, Fisher, I will inflict this pain upon everyone. Thank you so much for the follow, Charkuri. The pain being... Where is that? So Fisher likes to share food. Okay, where is it? And never fails to make me hungry every single time. So lovely dish prepared by Fisher. And you were calling this a dish called Burning Love in Danish. What is the name in it? What is the name actually? But Burning Love. That's a pretty badass dish name. It's mashed potatoes, bacons, onions, and some other stuff. Well, some other stuff definitely looks quite delicious. Thank you for sharing, Fisher. Hungry again. Should have a meal with these new friends of ours, a newfound family, huh? Bird food? How dare you? No, it doesn't look like bird food to me. It just looks like amazing bacon and potatoes. Potatoes! It's not bird food. Brandin Kerliget. Sorry, I do not pronounce that. I don't speak Danish. But thank you so much for sharing that, Fisher. But how have you been, Dewata? It's good to see you here as well at the end of all things. I was just sharing my thoughts on that. Sorry about all the spoilers. But that's it. We're done with the game until I trigger the post-credits. Alright, I have a question as well. I feel so bad about it. What was the promise? Was that supposed to be something I should I have remembered it? I'm terrible. My memory's terrible. I'm sorry, Atreus. Atreus. You don't care for Atreus as a character in general. That's a major thing. You know, and that is a challenge for a lot of stories. It's inevitable. If people don't like your characters, there's not much you can do. So, obviously, it helped that I was pretty invested in Atreus. Thank you so much for the hydrate. The prison? Oh, by the way, Dewata also streams, as you can see from their name. And Dewata, how's the Kickstarter going? Not yet. I have not checked out everything yet. Not shout. Shout out Dewata streams. Co-creator of Navathem, a great-looking tabletop RPG. They are having a Kickstarter soon. The prison? Find the prison? The Kickstarter happens later this month. Got it. But for everyone else, they're working on a physical copy of Nabothem's End. It's an awesome job. I'm so happy you're able to get it. Like, it's a it is a labor of love, and I hope to get it to the table in the future, Dewada. Like, I have Navathem's End, an Arc, another RPG from a local creator, Mametos. I have yet to play them, and that's the Kickstarter. Thank you so much. Real credits, and one of the sections in this game actually I really like. Oh, okay, wait. Yes, yeah. I'm looking for, like, how do I trigger the actual credits? Like, for 2018, it was returning to the house and you meet Thor. I would like to see the...
We can hold a few dozen per camp. Families will stay together, obviously.
Take care, Kratos.
Thank you.
Did I interrupt you?
I appreciate that. And we'll bring all the supplies we can, although it won't be much.
Don't worry about it. Anyone who's able can head out for extra supplies. Aesir and Vanir.
Happy ending?
Together.
Happy ending. Go to the lady in the dwarf's house. Oh, okay, that's what you meant by going... Okay, there's second credits. Got it. Let's go to the lady in the dwarf's house. So we return home, similar to the end.
General, Lady Freya, Mimir.
My lady.
Shield maidens.
Blessed Thor, have you found the traitor Gná yet, dear Freya?
Not yet. Soon.
One final word. We wish to offer condolences.
What for?
For your family. Your brother.
We didn't mean to pry, sister.
It was a lifetime ago. Memories in ruins. I'm surprised there was anything left.
I just wish you had told me. I would have understood.
What's done is done, dear Mimir. I appreciate your kind words.
Right. Oh, I was expecting like a mystic gateway there. Hello, mortals. Or are those Asgardians? Well, not all Asgardians were gods, right? Beyond Ragnarok. Ragnarok is over. Still found it very rushed. But much remains for Kratos, Freya, and Mimir. Explore the surviving realms to discover the remnants of Asgard. We also have the Berserkers to take care of. Test your mettle in the Crucible of Muspelheim. Seek out the fearsome Berserker souls. Complete favors for your friends and allies. Adventure, challenge, and mystery await. Ratatoskr awaits you with new Yggdrasil seas to help travel the realms. Yeah, thank you, Ratatoskr. You could have... well, to be fair, maybe you just got the seeds now. That's what makes it easier to do the favors. Like, I had such a hard time backtracking all over the place.
Where to first?
We could take care of any lingering business in the realms.
Or investigate those pieces of Asgard.
Pieces of
Either
Asgard.
way, we're with you, brother.
Okay, let's return home.
Lunda also mentioned there's going to be a get-together to honor Brock's memory at Rab's Tavern.
Oh, there we go.
I'd like to go.
Oh, okay, so Mimir already told us where to go. To Svartalfheim, but I do want to return home as well. I want to see if anything changed. And then let's go to Svartalfheim.
Mimir, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Hildisvini told me about your visit to secure Hel's army, but was reluctant to elaborate when it came to negotiating with Hrasfelder.
Ah, yes. Well, I can see why he'd hold off on such a subject until he saw if we survived the battle.
Mimir, what exactly did you promise the large bird?
Oh, Nothing too horrifying. It's just that she'd like to retire.
Huh?
Retire? Hell's Eagle wants to retire?
Indeed. And don't ask me what she expects to do with her free time. I assure you there is no reassuring answer.
Can she even do that? Not be hell?
Apparently so. She just requires relief. Someone else to step in and become hell, as it were.
Not exactly an office many would wish to occupy.
Kate Blanchett.
Terrible weather, infinite hours, and the possibility of unleashing terrible mischief on the realms if they're careless. Or worse, if they aren't completely trustworthy.
But if she were to leave without a replacement?
Complete chaos, yes.
Well, I'm sorry I asked.
Well, there you go. More loose threads. Sequel baiting, DLC baiting.
Hi, Kratos.
What's up, Lunda?
Thank you.
Oh, he has Hades' soul in him? I don't even remember.
What is wrong?
No, nothing. It's just, don't know if you've heard, but we're gonna say goodbye to Brock in Svartalfheim.
A funeral?
Yeah. We're meeting at Rab's Tavern in Nethervalir.
We will be there.
All right, let's go party. A Viking funeral.
Hell of a job you did at Ragnarok, General. Wish I could have been there to see you and Sindri take down Thor and Odin.
That is not what happened.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's the story I like best. Important thing is, Odin's paid in full for what he did to Brock. I know it doesn't fix what's broke, but it ain't nothing.
Hello, Lunda.
Hey, Goddess. About your brother, I never got the chance to tell you. I know moments like this you're supposed to say sorry and whatnot, but I always known that pretty man had greatness in him. That he'd do something amazing one day, and I'm just... You know, I'm proud that now the Nine Realms know it too.
I thank you.
Anytime, ma'am.
See, I would have also liked to see like the unifying of the elves, like what he actually did. I know it's asking for a lot. Like there's entire realms to go back to gather the armies, but that was one of my favorite sequences in Mass Effect. They actually had you gather the armies and your people before the final encounters in Mass Effect 2 with the what is the ending?
You need something, or you just gonna pose for me?
The suicide mission in Mass Effect 2, and of course the final battle in Mass Effect 3. Ghost 2, I don't think I've played that. Kratos technically could do the job. It's better than nothing. Besides Baldur constantly being on uppers, come on, don't ask the show. Just let us happily. Yeah, that's why it is super rush for me. That's why it's like, yeah, they probably needed another game for the whole gather the armies kind of thing. But since they were only giving 2 games to end this, they just went for it. They just leaped into Ragnarok with like 5 people. I mean, obviously they were there in the background, but the people with us. All right, Svartalfheim. Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good game. That was so good. Svartalfheim. Nidavellir. That is a good question, Dewata. It's gonna be like, wow, what a journey. Our playthrough, like with so many sessions of this, 17 sessions, 60-hour playthrough. It feels like a void to be filled. And I'm not sure what to follow up God of War Ragnarok with. It is supposed to be Forspoken, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be good to stream. I did. Oh, that's the thing. I was supposed to play. Actually, Dead Space Remake was supposed to be for the weekends, but we encountered technical issues with it. For some unknown reason, at like the hour mark, uh, it at the hour mark, it cuts off our stream. As in, it goes down to nothing crashes. It just all of a sudden my bitrate goes down to 0 and the stream gets cut off. And it's just bizarre. It happens like every hour-ish. And I could never pinpoint the problem. The thing is, I experienced the same dropping to 0 bitrate in other games, but for different reasons. And I was Googling the problem. I could never find a good solution. There was never like a clear solution. And a lot of people also experience it. But with Dead Space, I don't know what it is. It just consistently cuts our bitrate to 0. It cuts off the stream every hour and a half, like clockwork. It's bizarre. So I'm replacing the weekends with Hi-Fi Rush, which seems super cool, from the creators of The Evil Within and Ghost. What's the game? Ghostwire Tokyo. For real, they made a rhythm action game, very cartoon-like, and I'm so excited to play it. And we're gonna get DMCA struck because I'm gonna be playing with the full soundtrack because, you know, a soundtrack can be the beating heart of the game. And this one, literally, it's part of the rhythm. There's a streamer mode, though, and I'm wondering how good the music is. But, you know, I understand, like, the vault's going to be muted. It's fine. But Hi-Fi Rush, that's what I'm replacing Dead Space with over the weekend. And I'm going to try to see if Dead Space, if I can find the problem. If I really can't pinpoint it, I guess I'm just going to finish it off stream. We could replace Shinji Mikami, right? I like how exactly Pau SRC was actually the one that reminded me about it. So thank you, Pau. Pau, when I dropped by and then on Ponder's stream, Pau was also saying that it's a game that I might really like, and I think I will. And then I like how part of their marketing was that from the creators of The Evil Within, and in parenthetical, really. It's like, I love it when developers totally like shift gears and make an entirely different game. Kind of like how Naughty Dog went from like Crash Bandicoot to like, seriously, Uncharted? But like the jump from like Resident Evil like to this fun, almost like Spider-Man into the multiverse kind of animation rhythm action game. It's like, cool. The devs were obviously like having fun. Okay, the realms are safe for now, but there is much to do, much destruction to repair. Freya, Mimir, and I will see together. Oh, damn it. Is this... No, the Valentine's event, is it still going on? I think it is still, right? Thank you, by the way, Dewata, for reminding me about the previous event. I do like the armor set that came with it. FF14, by the way, chat. And... oh my god, I have to finish it. It's really good this year. Okay. Thank you for reminding me again. I have to drop by for that seasonal event. I will do that. And I will... yeah, I'm still waiting to finish FF14 MSQ. I'm waiting for them to drop all the patches. Then we're just going to binge the entire MSQ of FF14. So I will be streaming that because I super love streaming FF14 and Walker. It was such a fun experience. The outfit is also really cute for Karen? What? Okay, I'm so curious what outfit this is. Okay, it's because they don't want you to stream it. That's what someone said to me, Spaceball. It's like, is it like EA's, is it like Denuvo or EA's DRM that's like making you not want to stream it? And I'm starting to believe that conspiracy theory. Nintendo Direct tomorrow? Oh my god, we're already so... oh, there's so many games, Izzy. Ghost of Tsushima was announced? Okay, good. I mean, a sequel was announced, but it's great that they're reconfirming it. And I freaking love Ghost of Tsushima. I freaking love that game. It is like the new Assassin's Creed for me. And I hope they do really well with the Ghost of Tsushima too. Oh, you want them to announce one? Okay. Well, at least they confirmed that dead bodies on the street still. Have they not cleaned up?
Profane alternate lyrics to my ballads. Absolutely disgusting. But now I wish I could remember some of them.
Someone's having problems. Space Pulp, I just played Infamous Second Son. What is that? Yeah, the last Infamous game. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Wait, I really want to see this outfit. Infamous, Forspoken, but not. Ah, man. Forspoken. Okay, I want to see this. I do like my FF14 glam. Would this look good on Karen? Okay. Okay, I like this outfit. Holy crap. Okay, the heart motif, I was kind of worried about that, but I like the hat. Okay, this is fine. It's like it's not too tacky. Is that part of the... Is she holding a chocolate heart? I like this little clutch over there. Wow, this is a nice outfit. Man, I like the boots as well. She's holding a chocolate because we get a new eat chocolate emote. Alright, I need that emote. Okay. This is nice. This is very nice. And I was worried that it's gonna be... Okay, there's like too tacky, but no, I like... Okay, this is enough for me. Like the heart there with a gem, the heart brooch. But yeah, it's not bad. I could use this as like everyday wear. Oh god, when is the event gonna end? I need to remember to do that. I'll put a tab on it. FF14 Valentine event 2023. Okay, Valentine's Day. Okay, it's until February 15. I'm gonna procrastinate until then. Let's go. But I want that. Eat chocolate. What I really want though is the eat pizza emote. How do you even get that? Hey, why can't I control my character? Okay. A special instance? Huh.
The paperwork that man created for me. I had to build a chest just for his violations. A big one.
I taught him 20 different ways to cold forge a bolster. Once, he taught me a slightly easier method of wire pulling, and from that day on called me his apprentice.
Oh, Brock.
A true asshole he was. God, I'm gonna miss him.
Hi. Y'all made it. Just about to send him off.
Alright, let's drink. The Dwarven way. Oh shit, he's here! Where's Sindri though? Like what? Didn't Sindri have his body and okay. Goodbye, Brock.
I have met many on my travels. You are one of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
This world is a darker place for your leaving it.
We're taking him to the Sverd Sands.
Sverd Sands.
In the wetlands near the ferry. We'll wait for you there.
Meet the party at the Sverd Sands. Got it. You know, this guy really looks like Lin-Manuel Miranda, but a dwarf. And he's also the bard and also the tavern owner. Just can't. But it's not Lin-Manuel Miranda. It just looks like him. Where do I go? I forgot to track the quest. We will say our final goodbye to Brock at the Sverd Sands. It is the end of the ferry closest to the Pretender Tier's prison. We can track the location on our compass. You're gonna make me travel that far? How dare. Okay, we'll do it for Brock. We'll do it for Brock. You got any more dialogue? Alright. It's a bit quiet here, isn't it? I mean, Odin's gone. Dwarves can come out now. Hype responsibly. I want to use that term from now on, Izzy. Please hype responsibly. I overhyped myself too much for Ragnarok. I mean, not the game. I'm talking about the sequence of Ragnarok here. I was looking forward to it so badly. And it just kind of fell flat on its face. Sword Sands. You liked it more than I thought we were supposed to hype responsibly, Izzy. Now I'm gonna expect so much out of this little send-off quest. Or do you mean that like in a sarcastic kind of way? But hey, see you around, Izzy. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Where the hell am I supposed to? Right. Huh? I can't fast travel? Fine. Wait, I really can't? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sorry. That's not the teleport destination. It is, this. But now that you mention you want to take the boat for dramatic effect, you know, let's... It's the last time we're gonna do this. You know, why fast travel? But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Izzy. Thanks for hanging out. We got a lot of games in store in the future.
Something is on your mind.
And we get to talk to Frey a bit more.
What is it?
Freyr's sword. I'm glad he got it back.
Oh, rest in peace, Ingrid.
Not quite. It couldn't be stolen. It had to be given freely. Freyr had it forged in his younger days, imbued with its own motives and passion. For centuries, he swore he would only ever set it down in death or upon meeting the love of his life. Both he and the sword were romantics, you see.
Aww. Are we going the right way? Okay. Oh shit. Why do I get the feeling we're going the wrong way?
Yeah. You may
Aw.
tell a story, if you wish.
Am I preferable to silence at last? A rare day.
Ah, shit, I think we went the wrong way. Oh, crap. I think we gotta go through the town. Go to the other side of the town?
But since you mention it, there has been one on my mind of late. It goes back to my earliest days, when I had little more to do than observe the mortals who passed through our forest. One summer, a local laird of renowned eccentricity chose to sequester himself with a small coterie of kinsmen and followers. The aim of their woodland retreat was to achieve enlightenment through study and discipline. They took oaths to brook no distractions until they became wise men.
This sounds familiar.
Distractions.
Aye, women, drink, mostly women. As you can imagine, things deteriorated quickly. By autumn, tempers were frayed and wisdom remained in short supply. One day, I watched as the laird and his brother took their hunt. There they found, at the banks of a river, A lady as fair
no.
as any they'd left behind. She pleads for their assistance for fear the currents would carry her off if she tried to cross. The laird doesn't miss a beat. He hoists her onto his shoulders, carries her across, sets her down, doffs his cap, and fords back across to his brother, who is dumbfounded, can't even bring himself to speak. The day stretches on, the laird carries on hunting, and his brother quietly gnashes his teeth down to powder. Finally, the dam breaks. "Brother," he cries, "how could you do it after everything we've sacrificed? How could you break your vow like it was nothing, carrying that lass on your shoulders like you were a Shetland pony?" The laird just smiles. "Brother, I sent that lass down across the river. 'Tis you that carries her still." Oh, I got a chuckle. A rare day indeed.
I guess that's something, yeah. Wise. Wisdom. Okay, that boat was not for dramatic effect. We took the wrong boat. My bad. Crap. We have to take it from there. Oh, they're gone. Nice. And they took the table with them. Yep, this is why it's confusing. They go through here? Or is this the... Yeah. The other end of town. It's like loading, it's a loading tunnel. Hey, enemies. Cool. Hey, Lunda. I thought you were supposed to meet us at the shore.
Hey,
Careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
Oh. Ragnarok's made me soft.
Behind you! Look out!
Hey, you know that shop in the Alpine Desert? Something you might want to see out there.
Shop in the Alfheim Desert. Giving us a list of things to do, Lunda. Alright, now we can go. Tell us a story, Mimir, or Freya. It's been a while since we adventured together. What a journey it was. Overall, very, very impressed by it. And also, I'm really I'm actually excited where they're gonna go next. If they're done with the Norse saga, how are they gonna tie it into everything else, into the wider universe? Like, what else is out there? Are we going to get story DLC? Are we going to get an expansion or something? What's gonna go next? But I don't... 2018 never got DLC, right? I don't think it did. Wow, actually it was so long since... It has been so long since we rode past these things. Ah, you're right. Since it's like, where did the giants go? They're most likely not in this realm anymore. They probably moved to another realm, another pantheon, and they're like, hey, can we they're refugees. You're right. Atreus will probably end up leading us to the next game. Like, Egypt is the most obvious next choice, but because, you know, there's so much to build around that, but of course there are other pantheons they could build around as well. But Egypt seems like the predictable choice. I'm actually hoping they go for something else. No, the thing is, Space Up, they teased all the realms. They teased all the pantheons that we're currently aware, or a lot of the pantheons we're aware of. In Tyr's vault, they had everything from Japan, China, Egypt, you know, like Camelot or something. So it's like, could go anywhere. Yeah. Mimir himself here is from the Celtic pantheon. So Mimir is another thread into another smash up kind of thing. Crossover. You know, like, what if they actually go, okay, everything. So Atreus, there'll be a giant in each realm. Or in each major continent. I don't know. Like, maybe that's what they're gonna do. Like, it's gonna be a literal open world. Perhaps they're just gonna go through all the different pantheons they can mix in. Because I doubt Ragnarok ends there. I'm pretty sure it had ramifications elsewhere in the multiverse. Or whatever rules they're following in this game. Like, I don't even know what the timeline is for mortals at this point. So hey, maybe they're just gonna plop in everything. It's gonna be like Smash Brothers. This is it, right?
Damn it.
What is wrong?
I should have changed. Oh. Sewn some mourning garb. We're not dressed properly.
Oh, we're fine. The dwarves don't typically require formal wear at funerals.
Brock certainly would not.
Perhaps.
Still, now you've got me thinking of what I might look like with some jewellery around my neck stump. Maybe some gold woven into my beard. That'd be quite fetching, eh?
Thanks for trying.
Actually, yeah, we just came straight from from Ragnarok to here. We're all beaten up. Like, it's all dirty as well. It's Brock. Sure, he'd be fine.
There they are, brother.
Oh, come on, surely he'll be along. It's his brother.
Let's hope so. Loss can do things to a man. You made it. We can begin.
Why do I get the feeling since this is Brock, something really stupid's gonna happen? Viking farewell. Oh, he's actually playing it. Sindri. His eyes aren't red anymore.
I love you.
And always love this this, you know, how this funeral goes. This ritual.
Sindri. Brock was... a hole. What?
Oh, the riddle.
Gets bigger the more you take away.
Oh god, it's actually Fade to Black. They cut! That's the end of the take. Oh man. Overall, really great journey. Despite having played like the 2 games almost back to back. I think I've already I pretty much shared all the thoughts I had already about what my initial impressions. So I'm just gonna enjoy this moment. I actually don't know what to replace this for like every Tuesday. I'm really glad we got to go through this. They were teasing a present day God of War. Yeah, like I have a lot of questions about the rest of the world. You know, like it's... I don't know how... Well, you know, you mentioned like Jormungandr already time traveled and everything. So we introduced that. And all this realm travel business. They could just go with whatever they want. So I'm curious where they're gonna go next. So obviously Atreus can't carry the game on his own. But I have a feeling we will follow him across different pantheons. They're leaving it open at this point. He still needs to find the giants. It's a very classic way of leaving us in suspense to really just... Not in suspense, but to remind us that there's a whole universe out there and they could be anywhere. Where are we going next? So... Blood upon the snow. But again, I don't know what happened in that last act. I don't know if it's just me or if it's just the us being very critical of it at the end of it all. But I was sold by most of the writing and the acting all the way leading up to Ragnarok. As in mostly, I was really invested in it. But I'm not sure what happened. It's hard to end. It's always hard to end the game. But if this is the end of the Norse saga, man, now what? Anyway, yeah, where did the giants go? And I'm also wondering now, we've kind of concluded, like, I don't know how much more growing Kratos can go through. It's like, since his Greek tragedy, I feel like it really, well, it really is an end of a chapter. Feels like the end of a book. At least in terms of like Kratos. So yeah, I think at this point they'll really have to focus on other points for growth. Like we already been through the whole father-son